that is, but Washington Post is reporting that Proud Boys have been hanging out there. Hotel Harrington has announced they're shutting down for the for 3 days during just before this big protest rally for the safety of their employees and patrons and things like that. That's crazy. This is crazy. They're shutting down because of the upcoming rally. We saw a Trump supporter rally last month. This didn't happen. My friends, I think people are at their wits' end, and they're starting to snap. They've got nothing left to lose, and they are pissed. You know, I wonder, what is Donald Trump doing? You know, he signs these bills. He, can't really do much to resist the supermajorities in Congress. But that's not making people feel good. They're not happy that the NDAA is now being approved and they're not getting anything they want. No, they're mad about it. They're not happy that this ridiculous omnibus spending bill just got passed. They're mad about it. And Congress is pushing things that people hate. Everybody. The Republicans are getting ragged on just as much as Democrats by everybody. So what's going to happen on January 6th? I think people have had it. I think they're going to snap. Now, I'm not convinced there's going to be a revolution, to be honest. Right now, I'm planning on being down there, doing the show. We'll see if we can get there. Logistical issues make it impossible. So, if it turns out to be too big, like too many people, it's going to make it impossible for me to do the show. So we might try and get somewhere close to D.C. so that we can have speakers and attendees, come on the show and talk about what's going on and things like that, see where we're at. But look, a lot of people need to understand when there's too many people in one place, the internet just doesn't work. So it would be particularly ineffective, less effective if I try to go down there and it's too crazy. But we'll see, because I won't know. You know what I mean? So right now I'm booked. I'm planning on being there. I am not staying at the Hotel Harrington, so I'm not affected by this. But think about how crazy that is. The hotel is shutting down. I saw that. So let me tell you, people keep asking me what I think is going to happen in D.C. on January 6th. I think it's going to be massive. I really, really do. Especially with this report coming out about the hotel closing because of this rally. I think it's going to be huge. I don't think it's going to be a revolution. I think it's going to be a big rally. It'll be I think it'll be historic, perhaps. A month ago, we saw a couple 100,000 Trump supporters show up. They didn't shut this stuff down. They didn't, lock down hotels and stuff like that. I think they realize it's going to get real spicy. I think maybe people are starting to realize, law enforcement, the government, the American people have had enough. I mean, look, you got a lot of urban, city dweller, liberal types, leftist types that don't understand a thing about what's going on. And you have conservatives who have seen, and not even just conservatives, but many conservatives and liberals seeing their businesses and livelihoods destroyed. At a certain point, when everything has been taken from you and you have nothing left to lose, people snap. There's this crazy viral video, man, where this guy, a health inspector, comes to his business and then, finds him or whatever. So he takes his truck and he blocks the health inspector's car so the health inspector can't leave. And he's like, if I can't work, then neither can you, right? That's where people are at right now. But this is nonviolent civil disobedience. I don't know what's going to happen on January 6th, but when I see a video of a veteran, let me see if I got it right here. A veteran being pinned down and arrested by police for refusing to wear a mask. There's a tweet from Ford Fisher. He says, I've obtained exclusive new video of the December 22nd arrest of Eric Braden, who participated in a maskless protest at the North Star Mall in San Antonio, Texas, against pandemic restrictions. I'm a disabled veteran in the United States Army. Braden can be heard shouting. So here you can see the video, and you got the guy right here filming, refusing to wear a mask, and then the police and security. It's not just, I believe there's at least one cop in there. And they grab the guy and they arrest him. So I tell you this, when Trump supporters have been defending police, waving the thin blue line flag and wearing shirts that say defend the police, and then you see it's the cops that are destroying these small businesses, you've made people desperate. You've made them very, very desperate. And I can only imagine they've had enough. And showing up in D.C. is about more than just Donald Trump. See, this is what leftist media doesn't understand. They're saying people are going to show up in D.C. because they're, Trump cultists or Q or whatever, and they're just, trying to overturn the election because they lost and they're coping and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, you really have no idea why people are mad, do you? Now, there are a lot of people who love Trump and are mad about the election, don't get me wrong. But there are a lot of people who are mad about everything else. They're mad about getting arrested because they didn't want to wear a mask. Now, look, I say this all the time. I don't care. I'll wear a mask. You know what I mean? The store says no shirt, no shoes, no service. You put a mask on that, and I just roll my eyes and say whatever. And it's, I will tell you this, too. How stupid is it? Because, like, we got restaurants out by me, and you have to wear a mask. You walk in wearing a mask, you sit down, take the mask off, and then you put the mask back on and walk out. Here's the funny thing. I see people leaving the restaurants. They don't put their masks back on. You know why? They're like, what are they going to do, kick me out? I'm like, I know, that's a good point. You wear the mask to walk in. They sit you down. You take it off. You don't got to wear it again, I guess. It's ridiculous. How does any of that make sense? It's just like arbitrary nonsense. But look, I'll tell you this. Look, I go to the store. I don't care about wearing a mask, but these videos are getting insane. There's another video I watched where people are like, they're attacking people who aren't wearing masks. I'm like, dude, if you were really concerned about getting sick and the mask and all that stuff, why are you touching the guy? It's getting crazy out there, man. I think the mask thing has created this like clear division between the tribes. That's what, what we're seeing. When someone doesn't wear a mask, they know you're, enemy or other or whatever. Maybe it's like the way for the invasion of the body snatchers to realize that you're not, in compliance or whatever. I'm kidding, by the way, but I know the leftists will take that out of context because I love taking things out of context. Let me read this story for you, and then I got to talk to you about people snapping because there's a lot going on, man. A salon owner, interestingly, with the name Lindsey Graham, it's a lady, is defying Oregon, saying the government's coming after her. But we'll talk about why people are snapping. Here's a story from Newsweek. They say Washington D.C.'s oldest hotel that has become popular with the far-right Proud Boys group says it will close its doors for 3 days in early January when thousands of pro-Trump supporters are set to visit the Capitol for a last-ditch MAGA rally. President Donald Trump has encouraged wild protests in D.C. on January 6th, the day Congress is set to certify Joe Biden's victory in the 2020 presidential election. The day Congress is set to certify Joe Biden's victory. I love it. They could just say the day of the joint session of Congress to count electoral votes. But of course, framing is everything. But some of his supporters may have lost their hotel reservations after Harrington, located just a few blocks from the White House, issued a statement on Monday saying it would be closed on January 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's interesting. I don't think it's just about this rally. The 4th, 5th, and the 6th, you got a lot going on these days. It's now it's not necessarily in D.C., but they're going to be doing, I think they're doing the vote for speakership on the 3rd. There's going to be a lot going on with members of Congress in D.C. And I imagine Trump supporters aren't just going to be there on the 6th. They're going to get there early. The hotel's move came after the Washington Post reported the Proud Boys. Look at this, a white supremacist group, really, with their black chairman. Great. Weird, man. Known for inciting violent clashes with opponents at rallies, had made the Harrington their unofficial headquarters in the Capitol. I'm going to stop right here and say something. We've snapped. I used to say that we fell off we were going over the edge. We were on the edge of the precipice. We're falling. No. We hit the ground a long time ago. You look at stories like this that are outright lies. The Proud Boys, they are not a white supremacist group by no stretch of the imagination. Now, you can say that early on that there were some people associated with the Proud Boys who were alt-right, white nationalists, were kicked out. The organization is not founded upon white supremacy or with prominent white supremacists doing anything. But that's the lie. The media says it over and over again, and that's all that matters. I take a look at some of these cultural institutions and the dominance by the psychotic, deranged, and duplicitous, deceitful leftists. It's creepy stuff. Maybe leftist isn't the right word right now because it's more like establishment. How do you get regular, traditional liberals to hate the Proud Boys? Call them white supremacists. Say it over and over again. And your average person is going to be like, I don't like white supremacists. But anybody who actually does their homework knows that's not true. You take a look at Wikipedia, and it's just total nonsense garbage at this point. Like you read certain articles, you're like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever read. It's not an encyclopedia anymore. This is what's interesting. Some articles, you'll be reading. You go to the talk section. We're going to see people having conversations, and you can see the culture war happening in an encyclopedia. Desperate attempts to claim that certain right-wing personalities are neo-Nazis or alt-right. And you have people saying things like, how is a partisan descriptor from an activist for the other side like encyclopedic information? Wikipedia is just become a trash mess. You know, you'll get some leftists who will write an article and they'll say this: Newsweek will call the Proud Boys a white supremacist group, and boom, that's all that matters. It's a fact. But Newsweek is clearly a partisan actor in this fight. Anybody who does their research would see this and say, how do we get people accurate information? And Mickey Tario, the chairman of the Proud Boys, is not a white man and has repeatedly denounced white supremacy. In fact, the Proud Boys had a joint meeting with Black Lives Matter, I believe it was in Salt Lake City, where they talked about what they disagreed with and what they agreed on, and they had a press conference about it. Doesn't sound like a white supremacist organization unless Black Lives Matter openly associates and supports white supremacists. Isn't that weird? What is happening? People are going to explode. I think January 6th is going to get bonkers. I don't think it's going to be the revolution. We'll see. I'm not a psychic, you know. But I tell you, man, everything that's happening right now is an information war. I'll give you another one. It's really interesting that there's a series of videos that the left routinely takes out of context in a desperate attempt to attack me or whatever. I had Jack Murphy on my IRL podcast earlier in the year, and we made a series of predictions. Now, as most of you know, if you actually watch my content, my predictions are usually really weak. And people complain about it all the time, that I'll say, I think something like this will happen, but, you know, that could happen too. And they're like, dude, just tell us what things can happen. I'm like, no, I don't know. I'll lean in one direction. The left will take things out of context to make it seem like I'm unreliable or that you can't take my word for things. But I'll tell you this right now. My predictions have never been worth much, and I've never proclaimed to be a psychic who can make these predictions. But they don't want you watching content like this. They don't want me breaking things down for you. They want to make sure they poison the well. Why? It's a propaganda war. Apparently some video came out. People are saying that I'm the most dangerous political commentator on YouTube. Why? Well, I recently reduced the amount of content I've been producing on this channel by 3 segments, because I was doing a lot. I was doing, 4+ hours. I'm still doing 3 hours of content every day. But I was getting, at the time, it was like September, October, November, like 100 to 120 million views. And I believe that made me the biggest political commentator on YouTube. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was the case. And 120 million is massive. Like, liberal and progressive and conservative channels don't get anywhere close to that for the most part. So they started freaking out. Along come the smears. And I don't even make bold predictions. I don't even give strong opinions on policy or anything like that. And therein lies the big problem. It can only be ignored for so long. But I will tell you this. I'll break down the lies, and I'll show you people snapping and getting angry, and they don't like it. It's propaganda. It's manipulation. They don't want you to know what's actually going on. They want to lie to you because they don't want you in D.C. on the 6th. They don't want you angry about the fact that Congress has just given away tens of thousands of dollars of your money at a time when you are most desperate. They don't want you to know this stuff. Now, it's not just about me. They do it to everybody. Particularly, they do it way more to other, conservatives. Take things out of context in an attempt to create partisan dividing lines. I almost wonder if they want the conflict. I think the leftists do. The left knows that, they say revolution, nothing less. How do you get that if you have a strong establishment? This is why many people on the left voted for Joe Biden, even though they hate him. They know that it would force Trump supporters to target the establishment. So long as Donald Trump is president, Trump supporters are happy to an extent. Donald Trump represents the populist right. He's in office. The populist right has a voice. The populist left says, put Biden in because everyone hates him. And then what happens? Now you've got Trump supporters hating Biden and the government, and you've got the populists on the left who already did saying, great, now we've got 74 million new people in this fight against the establishment, against the machine. Now, I know you're probably saying Trump supporters have always hated the establishment and the machine. Yes, but they weren't willing to stand up and go toe-to-toe or rally or protest or even riot because Donald Trump held the top position. So they were inside. They had control, and they said, let's let it ride, see what Trump can get done. The leftists vote for Biden. They want Trump out, and now Trump supporters are going to be showing up in D.C. And as I said, it's not just about Donald Trump. It's about all this. It's about these lockdowns. It's about disabled veterans being arrested. Look at this. Maskless protest at North Star Mall ends with 1 arrest. Disabled veteran. And a lot of people don't know what disabled veteran means. They think it's like a guy's got no legs. It's not necessarily true. There's a bunch of different ways people can be disabled veterans. It ends with this guy getting arrested for refusing to wear a mask. At what point do you think people say no more? Check this out. From Fox News. Salon owner accuses Oregon governor of retaliating for resisting lockdown orders. She terrorized my family. The owner said governor threatened to place her kids under the care of Child Protective Services. Not the first time we've heard this. Now, interestingly, the salon Glamour Salon, the owner, Lindsey Graham, which is a funny name. A lot of people are making the joke. I tweeted this. How about we trade female Lindsey Graham for the Lindsey Graham we currently have in the Senate? Says that she reopened her salon in May and received a fine of $14,000 from the state. Graham claimed that Brown began to personally terrorize her family and threatened to place her children under the care of Child Protective Services to intimidate her into closing her salon doors. As soon as I tried to open my doors against the governor's mandate back in May, she came at me with the full weight of the state, she told the Ingram Angle on Monday. She terrorized myself. She terrorized my stylist. She terrorized my family. She took every government agency she could, and she put her full weight into intimidating me into closing, including sending CPS, Child Protective Services, to my home and threatening the removal of my children. I think this may be the same person, the same story we heard back in the day, but here's the point.
Mayor.
People have had enough.
Doing it. Sure.
It's not, people going to D.C., I think, are going to be mad for a variety of reasons. What's really interesting is in a lot of these liberal cities, people are being force-fed red pills. I tell you, if there was one way to restore libertarianism, individuality, it's to have the government do everything they're doing now. It's what I refer to as a finger trap problem. You're familiar with the Chinese finger trap? The more you try and pull your fingers out, the tighter the trap becomes. You have to actually, push in to loosen the trap so you can get your fingers out. It's counterintuitive. When these governments start locking everything down and asserting their power and authority with edict and no statutory law, then normal people who just say, like, I don't care, leave me alone, snap. And they say enough. And then you get the opposite. This is what I was saying. If you tell people they can't run their business and live their lives, eventually they're going to say, I have no choice, and they're going to open their business. But what happens then? They say, well, I'm already in defiance of the law. Why not defy any other law? You know what I mean? If you're already breaking the law, then a lot of people don't care. This is true for criminals in Chicago, and I knew this growing up. If they're already doing something illegal, they don't care to do anything else illegal because it's all stacking on top of each other. It's interesting how that works, right? So here's what happened. We heard a story the other day that in New Jersey, some young women were running a warehouse bar and restaurant and, I guess, casino? They were serving food, drinks, and gambling. Now, you can look at it this way. A warehouse party is probably a better way to put it. But everything they were doing was illegal. I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm saying it was illegal, right? There's a difference between legality and morality. But would they normally have opened a restaurant, served food and drinks in a warehouse? No. Would these women have actually opened a restaurant? No. In order to open a restaurant, you got a lot of restrictions. You got permitting. You got to pay for this, that, and that, or whatever. You got to get a building. You got to get inspections. You got health code. You got to get that little letter put in your window, A, B, C, D, or whatever. Well, now that no one can do anything, and there's massive demand, and it's either do nothing and starve or work in defiance of the state, people are like, I'm going to defy the state, right? So what happens is you get these two women who open up a bar, restaurant / gambling or whatever. I don't know what you want. I don't say it's a casino, but people are gambling there. And it's because if there's a law blocking you from opening a restaurant, well, you're not going to break it. You're going to go through the motions. But if the law is so restrictive and insane, you have no choice, you can't do anything, then people just say, screw it. They have no choice. And so then instead of just opening up a bar, they do everything, serving food and gambling. So I guess they got arrested for having a liquor license, which is kind of funny. But we're going to see this. It's not going to stop. And what I guess will end up happening is people are going to snap. Now, you know what's fascinating is the establishment and Murdoch-owned papers are really turning on Donald Trump. It's not just, like Fox. It's the Daily Mail. It's the New York Post. It's really interesting to see Drudge Report has just gone totally anti-Trump for a while. What's really curious about it is that I see some tweets from, there's some media personalities from mainstream publications. One of them pointed out that Drudge loves celebrity gossip. But with the latest Hilaria, Baldwin thing and Lori Loughlin or whatever, there was very little coverage of it. signaling to many people that Drudge wasn't actually running Drudge Report anymore. And I'm sure most of the people who are fans of Drudge know this or are saying, you're right, you know, it's been that way for a long time. I don't read Drudge, so I don't know a whole lot about it. But people are saying that the establishment flipped. Like the conservative papers, look at this one. New York Post tells Trump to give it up and accept Biden win. It's not about Trump. It doesn't matter if Trump gives up or not. It literally doesn't. They put out a full-page ad saying, stop the insanity. You want to stop the insanity and the lockdowns. They won't. It seemingly has nothing to do with COVID anymore. The point of the lockdowns was never to stop the spread. We knew we couldn't. It was to slow it down. Well, it's not slowed down anymore, so what's the point? Why destroy everything for nothing? Power, control. When did we become a constitutional republic and now we're a, you know, feudal monarchy or whatever? I don't know what you'd want to, what actual government you'd call it. People talk about peaceful divorce. They talk about civil war. My friends, when you have New York, California, Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania, governors making declarations and the police just follow along and do it, you do not live in America anymore. I'm sorry. Normalcy is gone. You say, will there ever actually be a civil war? It happened a long time ago. When the Constitution became toilet paper to these people and no one did anything about it. No police officer. No military personnel. You just watched it happen. We are now dealing with some kind of feudalism where you have these fiefdoms of New York City. Guess what? They put up checkpoints. It's no longer free movement between this city and other places. That should tell you something. When did we ever have border checkpoints between jurisdictions in this country? That happens sometimes. You get DOI checkpoints, I guess. But with COVID, they started actually putting up checkpoints. The country is fragmented and falling apart. Half the country voted for one guy and says they want a divorce from the other half. Now on January 6th, they're saying they're going to send down DC, and I think people have had enough, and they're going to lose it, and it's going to get crazy. Again, I don't know if it's a revolution. I don't know what you want to call it, but people are fed up. I'll tell you what, man. I'm fed up. I'm absolutely fed up. There was a story I saw from Breitbart. Someone defiled a statue of Abraham Lincoln. You know what, man? I started thinking about how I felt about what was going on and my personal view of government and confidence. I'll tell you what, man. Beginning of this year, I was still very economically left. I have even said in the past week that I favored universal health care if we can do it. I think banning private health care is insane, and I think you need a mix. The more I think about how I feel, the confidence I have in the system, I started to realize I don't have any confidence in the system. Earlier this year, and I tell the story quite a bit, so forgive me if you've heard it, but in January I said I don't want any guns in my house. No guns, period. I was like, seriously, not going to happen. And I even had someone try to break into my house only a few months before that, and I said no guns, none. And COVID happened, and the riots happened, and now I have many guns, lots of bullets. Maybe not a crazy amount, I guess, compared to like your average, you know, 2A enthusiast. But I have guns. And then I started thinking to myself how I feel about Biden, what Stuart Rhodes of the Oath Keepers said, and I started thinking like, wow, wait a minute. I really have no faith that the government functions at all anymore. I really don't. The other day, I heard, I shouldn't say the other day, but like a week ago, I heard probably 1,000 to 2,000 rounds fired off by multiple people nearby, and it was kind of hilarious. It was just like, and these were some, I don't know what kind of guns they were using, but these were hefty bullets. Some of them, one guy said, you know, one guy who was over here, he said he's pretty sure they were slugs. They were firing shotgun slugs. But then we started hearing like over and over, and he's like, okay, now you got multiple people firing a bunch of guns, and I'm like, man, people really don't care about the government. Confidence is gone. When you lock everything down, this is the point I was saying about the women in New Jersey with this warehouse. When you tell everybody the law is absolute, you have no rights, you can't assemble, you can't speak, you can't own weapons, you can't do anything. Once you tell people that you're unreasonable and they have no rights, they just stop caring. Once people start seeing that everybody is jaywalking, they start jaywalking too. So when the government says we destroyed everything, well, then people are just going to choose, you know, whatever they have to choose, like to survive. They're going to choose what to do what they have to survive. I mentioned this last night on the IRL podcast. Mohammed Bouazizi started the Arab Spring. How? He was a fruit vendor. He was poor. He would take a loan. They would loan him fruit. He would go out and try and sell it. His only way to make a living. He was 26. The police kept shaking him down, demanding bribes and demanding permits, which he couldn't get. Apparently, he didn't even need a permit, but the government, these cops, kept saying it. So you know what he did? He set himself on fire and killed himself because he had no way to earn a living to actually survive, and he became so desperate and powerless against the state as an individual, he self-immolated.
You know, like
this sparked the Arab Spring. People were furious. They were fed up. They had enough. They snapped. This was in Tunisia. It didn't just affect Tunisia. It affected almost every single country in North Africa and the Middle East. Almost. It's crazy. The Arab Spring, we saw, you know, military dictators who had been in for decades removed. We still have that fight going on in Syria to this day. And that all started with one guy. There's a difference between that guy, Mohammed Bouazizi, and an American citizen.
Sorry, bud, but your fate's been
You can't own guns, apparently, in Tunisia. So the only thing he could do was he just went and set himself on fire. In the United States, lots of people own guns. And lots of people are sick and they're tired of what's going on, and that scares me. Because the big difference between these two countries is that a person in America who feels they've been backed into a corner, they can't sell their fruit cart anymore, and they're facing their own death, I don't think it's going to be a man setting himself on fire. I think it's going to be the killdozer times 120 million, times 80 million. You know the story about the killdozer? The guy who had this cement, this concrete steel fortified bulldozer, and he went around just destroying the government officials' property and houses. It's scary stuff, man.
If I move the car.
But when people snap, they snap. And there's a big difference between powerless individuals and strong individuals, independent individuals like we have in America. Let me wrap it up with this. January 6th, I think, is going to get crazy. I really do. Hotels are being shut down. Or the hotel's being shut down. I don't know if it'll be the revolution. I don't think so. But we'll see. Far be it from me to make any kind of prediction that's worth anything, and that's pretty much always been the case. You know, I used to make fun of myself all the time because I got 2018 wrong, and I was like, man, what do I know? Of course, the left wants to claim I'm some kind of psychic, a bad one at that. No, I don't think my predictions are all that strong, so we'll see how things play out. But I'll leave you with one final thought on this. Think about how you feel about the government right now. Think about how you feel about police and health inspectors and all that. And I'll tell you, man, the more I think about it, I've lost all faith in any of these institutions to function properly. I have no confidence that if something happens, there will be police there to help me. I have no confidence that if there was a fire department would show up. None. None. I have now, because of all of this, felt the only thing I can do is rely on myself. Hence, I moved to the middle of nowhere, buying supplies and taking care of myself. That, for me, happened a while ago, and I never really sat down and thought about it. But what do you think? Do you have confidence or faith in the government? I'll tell you this. When I see stories of people opening their businesses and ignoring the lockdowns or blocking, like this guy in the truck who blocked the health inspector was crazy for one reason. The cops told him, like you better move, and he goes, no, I'm not moving my truck. I'm thinking about, like, well, they could arrest the guy. They could tow his vehicle. But you know what? He said, I'm desperate. Nothing they could do could make that man budge. The state has lost its leverage by going too far. And now people are starting to say, I don't care. I wonder if all these other people, these salon owners, are going to show up in D.C., and I kind of think they will. We'll see how it plays out. It's only a few days away. It's about a week. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you all then.
The following is a conversation with Eric Weinstein, the third time we've spoken on this podcast.
No.
He is the wild.
Able to sit down and make a properly edited video. For whatever reason, in the month of November, all of the myriad obligations of life seemed to catch up with me. Making videos about politics and the culture war had to be placed on the back burner. The topic seemed, at least for myself, less immediately relevant, and I think that this feeling was only complemented by the very predictable political confusion that was created by the indecisive 2020 presidential election in the United States. Of course, we all knew the turmoil was coming. We all knew that this election would bring about some sea change in the politics of America and the West in general. Certainly, no one can claim to be surprised by the political limbo where we now find ourselves. Still, for myself, as a content creator, I found the situation rather hard to deal with. Since late 2019, I pretty much had to give up on making the quick reaction video, the commentary on breaking political events, either in real life or on the internet. While I always questioned the value that these quick takes provided, I simply don't have the time or the schedule to make them anymore. However, when one takes a step back, tries to suss out deeper political truths and broader trends that are going on, I at least face a dilemma. In December of 2020, there's a parting of ways in front of us. And the nation that emerges in 2021 will either have one character or a radically different one. As such, it's hard to see what insight I could provide that wouldn't be radically misguided in one of the two scenarios. And this has been the cause of some reflection in myself. What can I do for the listeners and viewers of this channel to provide them with the most value? What can I do for the community online that will help correct and well-guided principles become more prominent and accepted in the future? I think this, for the right wing, is an especially difficult question. We're quickly losing any modicum of institutional support we once had in the Trump administration. And despite who eventually emerges victorious, I think that the path for the right ahead will be a hard one. Certainly, the greatest strength of the right wing at this time is its understanding that what truly makes a successful political movement is the strength, both moral, intellectual, and sometimes physical, of the leaders that guide that movement. As such, the common reactionary aphorism, "become worthy," while sometimes cute depending on the political context, is nonetheless right again and again and again. You can't make a great and successful political movement out of weak and immoral men and women. The greatest and most necessary step at attaining power is becoming worthy of it. But saying this, become worthy, in principle or word, is much harder than pulling it off in real life. And I'm not so sure how much utility, how much benefit is given to my viewers or listeners by simply repeating over and over again, become more independent, become more moral, become more capable and self-assured individuals. Many Christian preachers, both online and off, are fond of moral sermons. And there's something to be said for this. These are trying times, no doubt, but they aren't historically unique. 2020 might be a nightmare year for most of us, but for someone who's come from studying his own family history in Eastern Europe in the 20th century, I'm not sure in a historic sense that we have much to complain about just yet. But preaching and giving reminders of eternal moral wisdom has never really felt right for me. I'm not really here to give you the 12 rules of life or to give you a Sunday school sermon. As I see it, I'm here, insofar as I can, to provide some insight, some new perspectives that might help you think about the world in different ways. Repeating moralisms has always felt to me like a general shouting at his troops to fight harder. Sure, we need to fight harder. Sure, we need to be stronger. Sure, we need to be more moral. But how? What can we do? And how do we react to how the world is constantly changing? Talking about these questions with other people has brought me back again and again to a series I called Culture War and Content Creation that I started before my hiatus began in 2019. Here I tried to encapsulate learnings I had taken from 3 years of blogging and spending a lot of time online into lessons that other people could use, especially on the political right, to fight the culture war. Looking back at the series, I stand behind everything I said, but I feel that it was missing a certain personal dimension to it. All the advice was very high level. I spoke about archetypes and tips and stratagems, things people could do if they already had their lives together and were looking to make a larger impact on the culture war and the direction of our society in general. What was missing, and what it seemed like an enormous number of young men were really looking for, was how to end up in their early 30s with their lives more or less together. If politics and the culture war ultimately comes down to our own personal and moral strength, isn't then the cultivation of personal, moral, and even financial strength in life part of the struggle? More and more it seemed that more insight in this direction was needed. Yet making a video like this was difficult. The first and most obvious problem with making this video myself was that I certainly don't consider my own life to be some kind of brilliant success. To be sure, I haven't failed. I've achieved some moderate amount of professional, financial, and family success, enough to land me in a thoroughly middle-class existence, of the kind that I thought was the default for everyone when I was a 19-year-old. Certainly I'm not well suited to write any books on how to get rich quickly, or how to blaze a path towards becoming a career rock star. However, I have lived through that period of my life that constitutes my 20s and early 30s, and I think that's given me insights that I can share with people. If nothing else, I can tell people what not to do. I can tell people how to avoid the failures that cost me time, effort,
pretty
and
much every
confidence.
parent does
And I
that,
think that there's
right?
some benefit here.
That's
But
what
this in
people
turn
find boring.
brings me to the second problem, and that is that I am who I am. I have a particular set of
no way.
life circumstances that is common to myself and not everyone. As left so frequently likes to remind me, I am the dreaded cis hetero white male, and my circumstances, along with the advice that can be taken from those circumstances, isn't necessarily going to apply to everyone. Furthermore, and perhaps in a much more realistic sense, even if you do find yourself starting in somewhat the same place as I did, times are changing, now faster than ever, and who knows if the lessons learned between 2001 and 2012 are going to apply to any time period after that. Given our current circumstances, I find this last point to be quite compelling. Still, for whatever turmoil and sudden change we are currently staring down, I think that we should be very open to the possibility that things are going to go on and decline in very much the same way that they have been. Maybe a little bit faster, and certainly ever increasing in dire consequence. Still, for whatever uncertainty we have, I think that there is a large probability that we will end up in 2021 with things being the same, just a lot worse. In short, for whatever it's worth, I think the lessons I learned and the advice I'll try to provide here has a large chance of carrying over, regardless of what eventually happens. A truly cataclysmic event notwithstanding. If the problems and circumstances I describe here seem somewhat similar to your own, then maybe the advice and lessons will be helpful to you. But again, I can make no promises. And here, before I begin the video proper, I feel like I have to list one more caveat, a problem that's brought up too infrequently in any of these advice videos, but is nonetheless constantly in the background anytime anyone tries to look back and think what they would have done differently. And that problem is just the enormous gulf between how a 19-year-old's mind works and a 32-year-old's mind works. Old people are constantly giving younger people advice, and that advice really rarely changes. Yet, no matter how many times the 19 or 20-year-old hears the same precautions, the same treatments, the words never seem to take root because he lacks the experience to really process them. Furthermore, the older person giving the advice usually has a very dim recollection of what it was like to be 19 or 20 years old. You lose it over time. I'll confess here that for myself, this is a large part of the motivation for me making this video at this particular moment. Given the current transformations my own life has taken between 2019 and 2020, I feel that my own recollection, emotionally at least, is becoming more and more distant from my younger self. It's becoming harder and harder to piece together why I did things the way I did when I was still in my 20s. I think this naturally happens to people as they become older and develop more familial obligations. Yet, I get the impression that if I'm ever going to be able to give advice to a 20-year-old and still have any emotional recollection of what it was like being 20 years old, I had better strike while the iron is hot and give that advice right now. So, one entirely too long introduction aside, I can start here the subject of my video. The advice that I would give to myself at 20 years old. Part 0, the big ask. Now, in keeping with this whole Back to the Future Marty McFly scenario, where I can suddenly find myself in the past giving my previous self advice, there's one particular message to my past self I could give that for me now really stands out. Now, although it might be hard to believe, as many weird tics and strange neuroticisms as I might have in present year, that same neuroticism was amped up to 11 in my early 20s. It's almost painful trying to think back to it now, but the 20-year-old me was just infested with all sorts of weird and self-imposed insecurities and self-doubts. I was essentially the young adult Gentile version of Woody Allen. For me, at the time, it seemed that every moment in life was some kind of trial of my own worthiness, and only an unbroken line of successes could ever lead to something approaching a good or even tolerable life. Now, perhaps some of this was due to my own particular circumstances. I was somewhat of an academic late bloomer, a student who had an early middling career and only showed academic promise in the last few years of high school. As such, with an academic record, with an early poor performance that I could never quite live down, I was passed over for the best universities, even though I had a record that in previous generations would probably have guaranteed me a spot in Cal or UCLA. This failure, really trivial and stupid in hindsight, was ever present in my mind as a young adult, and I was desperate to do something or anything to live down. Now, maybe it's just those particular circumstances for myself, but when I look at other young people of the generation after me, people going through high school and college now, I notice a very similar neuroses. Maybe it's the high-pressure academic environment that will support no failure, or any other number of features about modern society. But at any rate, kids these days, kids like myself in my early 20s, are host to any number of anxieties that are entirely unreasonable. And I just want to ask them, I just want to tell them, in the immortal words of Douglas Adams, don't panic. Can you fail at life hard in your 20s? Well, technically yes, and we'll get into that in the next section. But the ways of failure that I was imagining, the ways of failure that constantly haunted me when I was in my early 20s, were entirely unrealistic. I imagined that certain jobs not working out, or a poor test performance here and there, was somehow a judgment on my character, a prognosis on my entire future, and if I couldn't be perfect at my chosen career path, then there is no real point trying to begin with. In short, during my 20s, I had confused two similar but entirely separate phenomenons: big life failures and small life failures. It's easy to see why people just at the beginning of their lives have such a hard time making this distinction, but it really is a critical one. Big failures in life, catastrophes, are always a big deal, but small failures can be good sometimes. In fact, they are an essential part to growing up. They're an essential part to becoming, as Nassim Nicholas Taleb would put it, anti-fragile, which is what we all should be striving to become. Not understanding the distinction between small failures and large failures, and coming in contact with an institutional system that does not seem to understand the difference between small failures and large failures, leads to a cohort of young people who are in essence emotional bubble boys. They avoid small failures and the risks of small failures at all costs. And very predictably, throughout their 20s, they don't develop the emotional immune system to deal with life's hardships as they occur. Post-scientific sociological work done on this phenomenon by people like Jonathan Haidt, I'm certain that what I'm saying here is not a new observation about our generation. But it's something that certainly afflicted me, and it certainly robbed me of a large number of learnings that I could have had, and a large amount of joy I could have taken in being young and failing at things. I certainly wouldn't say that I'm regretful for any of these missed opportunities, but still, looking back, I can't help but thinking how much of a waste all this worrying was. Worrying over small things that ultimately, in the great scheme of things, didn't mean anything. And I know here in this section, by speaking in generalities, I'm really reporting the typical problem of older people speaking in abstractions and platitudes, repeating the old wisdom of how you should stop and smell the roses. So maybe I can digress here for the benefit of my younger audience and assure them that I indeed know what you're thinking and know how you're feeling, at least approximately. When most millennials were in their 20s, or at least when I was in my 20s, I was haunted by a certain image of failure. An image of failure that was only recently given a name in the 2010s. And this was the internet meme, the failson. The white guy, and yes, in progressive communities this is almost always a white male stereotype, who's been given all of society's privileges and advantages and still somehow manages to fail at life. Certainly this was the most deplorable state, to not make the professional best out of everything that was given to you, to take all of your privilege and make nothing out of it. Now for young people on the right who might scoff at all of this privilege stuff, and indeed there is a lot to scoff at, I would still challenge you to check that you haven't emotionally internalized this image in fear. No one wants to be that mediocrity that never really made anything of himself. And when I was young, this was a serious fear. A fear that had to be confronted. How could I avoid becoming a failson? To me, the answer was easy. I had to never lose. I had to make sure I achieved success on the academic and professional course that had been laid out for me, regardless of whether it did anything or made me happy or even built anything lasting for the future. There was this sort of all or nothing attitude towards success or failure. Every loss was a judgment on my character and not a learning opportunity. And that was really the opposite of how it should have been. Can you fail at life in your 20s? Can you set yourself up to being on the irreversible course to becoming a failson? Well, perhaps you can, but certainly not in the way that I was fearing. And the way to avoid this eventual fate is certainly not to avoid all risk, or eschew all possibility that you might have minor failures. I'm convinced that that worry, that fear, and that anxiety is entirely counterproductive and robs you out of so much opportunity and so much, dare I say, pleasure. But I can hear the audience now. Wait. You did say that it's possible to fail your 20s. You did say it was possible to suffer huge personal cataclysms that will set you back in a big way, and that might be irreversible. Sure, maybe failing big in life in your 20s
I'm not gonna do
doesn't
Jordan
come from
Peterson
minor
proceeds
academic
to do
professional
Jordan
setbacks.
Peterson.
Sure, maybe some amount of losses need to be sustained in order for us truly to learn, in order for us truly to become anti-fragile. But certainly, these observations just beg the question of what it does mean to fail big in your 20s, of what it does mean to fail big in life, and more importantly, how these big failures can be avoided. This is what any person in their early 20s will certainly want to know, and indeed, this is my next piece of advice. Part 1, how not to fail. Now to begin this section, I feel like I should begin with an admission. While certainly my main piece of advice, don't panic, is very important, certainly the most important piece of advice I'd give to a younger version of myself, or really to any younger person. The advice in isolation is really useless. It's common to hear older people tell younger people not to be afraid of taking risks. But at the same time, no one seems to deal with the substance of that fear. The fear of failure. When I was a younger man and heard
Yes.
old boomers tell me about how I should be adventurous and take risks,
Jordan
there
Peterson
always seemed
has
to be
done
an
that.
assumption hanging
But
in
you've
the air that failure,
pretended
real
you didn't,
failure, was
because
a
you
very
don't like
remote possibility.
his
It seemed to
religion.
be an assumption that
That's
everyone would
fucking
make it,
stupid.
that everyone who started from a middle-class background would find themselves, eventually, coming back to some sort of middle-class lifestyle. Massively catastrophic life choices, and just plain old downward mobility never seemed to be really part of this equation. This always struck me as odd, and it was probably a major contributing factor to why I never took the advice not to panic seriously when I heard it from older people as a young man. The fear of failure was very real in myself, and I could see failure all around me. Now, while I'm not sure that it was true even for my parents' generation, the boomers, that everyone who had a middle-class upbringing eventually, more or less, found themselves back to a middle-class lifestyle, This is certainly not the case for my own millennial generation. Not only is downward mobility very, very visible, especially for somebody who's in their mid-30s, an enormous number of my own contemporaries just have out-and-out failed lives, just have existences that are, to put it quite frankly, depressing. And I can say at this point with some certainty that there will be a large number of individuals who came from a middle class, or even an upper middle class environment, who will have much less enriched lives than their parents did. Certainly the causes of this are, in some part, circumstantial. As the left is quite fond of pointing out, overall large-scale economic realities oftentimes drive our lives more than we like to admit. And here, I don't want to downplay or deny that reality. The boomers and the generations that immediately preceded them came of age in an era of unprecedented economic growth in the West. They presided over a much less divided society and powerful institutions that saw them and their families as assets rather than liabilities. These days, a much smaller percentage of the overall economic growth is driven by wages and labor. There are overall fewer jobs for the people who are looking for them, and the minimum amount of ambition, intelligence, and education needed to attain and maintain a middle-class existence keeps on going up and up and up. These are all plain economic realities that need solutions. But they aren't the only realities, and they certainly are only part of the story about why any given individual will succeed or fail, as you might expect coming from somebody who's currently making a video about personal advice. Our choices do matter, and as I look at my own contemporaries leading somewhat diminished or even failed lives, I have to say a large part of the reason they find themselves there are their own decisions, are their own actions. And so it's worth it to ask, how can we avoid failing? Once more, at the risk of repeating myself, I have to clarify that what I mean here by failure aren't the sort of small failures I talked about in the previous section. By failing, I do not mean flunking a course, getting laid off from a job, failing at a long-term relationship, or even in attempts to start a long-term relationship. These smaller failures, these setbacks, are simply part and parcel of being a young person, and they all need to be taken with a grain of salt. Still, there are big failures. There are things that can happen to you that are serious and permanent detriments to your life, and a lot of people don't make it out of their 20s without one of these hard fails that makes further growth and improvement in their 30s and beyond almost impossible. But that being said, what are these hard failure modes? Well, once more, from my personal observation, there are really only 4 that I can count. The first and most obvious failure mode that can happen in one's 20s is just the obvious possibility of physical destruction. You can still die and you can still get seriously injured. People don't usually talk about it or even conceptualize it in their 20s, but suffering in a major accident or contracting a major illness that will be with you for the rest of your life can end many of your ambitions.
See you later, then.
Death notwithstanding, people recover from these things, of course, but oftentimes many of the things they thought they could achieve have to be left by the wayside. Moving down from this extreme failure mode are 2 other ones that people don't usually talk about but are still important to list. Now, these 2 possibilities are certainly more of a lower class failure mode than something of a middle class or upper middle class failure mode. Of the people I knew from high school, a few of them got caught up in the hard drug lifestyle and the associated criminality, and while these people's eventual and catastrophic falls were very dramatic, this type of failure mode was quite uncommon, which leaves us with our last choice, our last mode of failure, which was by far the most common in my cohort, the failure mode of light addiction, or what I like to call the depression dopamine cycle. Here, as an aside, while I finish this list and think back to my own generation, and also think back to my own education, I can't avoid a certain amount of irony. As a middle-class American, so much parental and teacher effort was spent warning us against the first 3 pitfalls on this list, things that could cause death, the possibility of hard addiction or crime, or circumstances that could lead to grave bodily harm. Yet for all the fear of these eventualities, what actually came of it? Even among my broad acquaintances, only one I knew actually died in their 20s. A few more picked up major illnesses or injuries that seriously altered or brought to an end their major life plans. And as I mentioned previously, only several were ever involved in something that I would consider to be a hard addiction or a life of crime. Perhaps this is a problem particular to the middle-class Westerner, but the amount of lives destroyed by the first three of these harder and more dangerous failure modes pales in comparison to the sheer amount of misery unleashed by the accumulation and misuse of light addictions and the subsequent lifestyle brought about by the depression dopamine cycle. In hindsight, for most of us, this was the real danger, yet so few of us were given tools to really confront the problem. But once more, I'm getting ahead of myself. What is this thing that I call the depression dopamine cycle? Why is it associated with lighter addictions? And why has it been so dangerous for young people's lives, when it never seemed to be in the past? In short, the depression dopamine cycle is my own personal term for a phenomenon broadly analogous to clinical depression that I've noticed in people of my own generation. Now here, as always, I have to issue a disclaimer. I'm not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or any type of medical doctor, and what I'm describing here is only analogous to the actual phenomenon of clinical depression. Still, in my own experiences, this type of behavior, this phenomenon is very real and very destructive. The phenomenon of the depression dopamine cycle usually comes about when a young person is dealing with some underlying mode of unhappiness, some dissatisfaction, some setback or circumstances that's leaving them supremely displeased with how their life is going overall.
Got the goods?
This situation in turn creates an underlying anxiety for the entire person's life. Not an acute type of anxiety like the kind of anxiety you get before a test or before skydiving, but simply a background level of anxiety. Usually as a coping mechanism, the young person in question will try to obtain some kind of release or distraction in the form of a dopamine hit. Some light addiction that can act as a distraction, at least temporarily. However, as predictable, this respite is temporary, and the second the dopamine stimulation is removed, the anxiety and the depression comes back even worse. As such, day-to-day existence becomes a constant struggle to cope with things, using whatever preferred light addiction to drown out the anxiety, always aware that the anxiety and the depression are there in the background. It's not a healthy existence, it certainly isn't a pleasant existence, but people will stay inside this dopamine depression cycle, largely because they don't know how to do anything else. And so the cycle will continue, consuming weeks, months, years, even decades. What people oftentimes miss about this state of existence is that, in addition to being highly unpleasant, it's also highly destructive. Sure, on any given day, in any given week, nothing is really done to your life or your personality that's really lasting. It's just another day being unemployed. It's just another day working at a job you hate. It's just another video game. It's just another instant pornography. It's just another sleepless night wondering why your life isn't going anywhere. We are so focused on the minutiae, however, that we don't see the overall destructive trend at the macro level. The sheer amount of psychological harm and learned helplessness an individual brings upon himself, staying in a state of such an extended period of time. The mind gets into modes where it can't even imagine living in some other way, and it will look for reasons to sabotage any attempt to break out of the cycle. It sounds weird and magical to say this, but depression does feed on itself. It does get worse and worse and more core to somebody's true personality as time goes on. Unabated, this process will create entirely ineffective individuals, convinced of their own helplessness and dependent on a lifestyle that's slowly killing themselves and their dreams. Part of the problem, of course, is the fact that much of this stems from what I would call light addictions, practices and substances that either have a very light physical addictive property to them or an entirely psychologically addictive property to them, regardless of what anyone says we all have our own addictions. We all do things for fun, just for that little dopamine hit. But that same practice, which might be healthy in the hands of somebody who is self-assured with their life in order, can be entirely destructive to somebody who's depending on it to ward off anxiety and to keep them going for another day. The fact that a person stuck inside the depression dopamine cycle isn't necessarily doing anything different from an entirely healthy individual is what makes this problem so difficult to identify and to talk about. Further complicating matters is the fact that this phenomenon is incredibly common. Unless you are an entirely successful individual, almost everyone has had periods of their life where they are essentially coping, living from day to day for the pleasures that their own vices provide. As someone who suffered from depression and panic attacks in my own life, I can recall more than a few periods of my life where I've lived,
if you can give me an
both employed
explanation,
and
it better be
unemployed,
fucking good.
in what could be called a depression dopamine cycle.
It was tapped.
Luckily for
The
myself,
police.
these
They made me
periods
do
were
it.
rather short,
Nice
and I
try.
got through them
Badges
with
wouldn't
really
go to all that
minimal
trouble
lasting
over a
damage to my
kidney
own
implant.
psychology.
Wait,
But this
please.
being the case,
It's
it's
the
really
truth.
easy for me,
They said they were
or any
rounding
other
up
person
every
who's
last
had
Rapid
one of
Shift
these
member
down
in Night
periods
City.
to look at somebody stuck
Dakota
in a
isn't-
long-term
Oh,
dopamine
fuck it.
depression cycle
Never mind.
and minimize
won't
how
get it.
catastrophic that situation could be. A
I
4-month
didn't
period
wanna get
of
mixed up
depression,
in this.
unemployment,
I had
and
no
panic
choice.
attacks is pretty unpleasant. But if circumstances change after
Unlike the
only
badges,
one season,
I
then
don't
its
kill
overall
people without a
consequences
good
are going to
reason.
be quite minimal when compared with somebody in a low-level state of depression
Thank
for almost a decade.
Should be thanking
Here,
me.
definitively,
Not
I would
God.
like to tell my past
Isn't that
self,
what docs
or really
always say?
any young person in their early 20s looking forward to the future, to beware of the depression dopamine cycle.
Wait,
Statistically speaking, they are the greatest danger to
super
young
kidney.
people in their 20s.
The police put
and
a
the large
virus
amount
onto it.
of not failing
Use the
in your
firmware
younger
from this
life
shot if
is
you
going
want
to
the patient
consist
to live.
of avoiding these depression dopamine cycles, and if they occur, making sure that they last for as short
better
a
be
period
worth
as
it.
possible. Now, the world of the 21st century West is full of depression dopamine cycles. So many, in fact, that it's hard to characterize their specifics generally. But before this section becomes too hopelessly abstract, I'd like to focus on two specific kinds of depression dopamine cycles that really hurt me in my own life. The first and most prominent depression dopamine cycle that I think really impacted my life took from me years that in hindsight I'd really like to have back is what I like to call the wagey depression dopamine cycle. This cycle, I think, is a well-known phenomenon for most millennials, its reality being expressed in many a webcomic and many a meme. But for those listening, perhaps of the younger set, perhaps I could provide some of my own description. Imagine an existence as follows. You wake up every day and go to a job that seems simultaneously to be overstressing you and also understimulating you. You spend most of your time moving data around that you don't really care about, stressed
Overstressing
over
and
deadlines that
understimulating.
you don't see the point of, or that seem somehow artificially created. The job might be very demanding in terms of
Got
intellect,
Jake's implant,
effort, or
but there's a
hours,
virus on it.
or it might
You'll have to
not be
swap out
that
his
demanding.
firmware with the
But at any
original on the
rate, when you
shard.
get home, at the end of each day,
What a
and even
surprise.
at the end of the week, you are
Nomad's
totally
always get
exhausted.
special
The only
treatment.
thing that you can do,
Thanks for being
the only thing
careful.
that you can manage to
Come
do,
by in a few
is to put
hours.
on some dumb
Things should settle
entertainment,
down
a
by
nostalgic movie from your childhood, mindless television, and of course, endless video games. In the meantime, despite how many hours you spend there, it doesn't seem like you really have any work friends. And your social circles outside of work are very limited. Sure, you do entertainment, you go to events every now and again, but permanent relationships never seem to form. They are, in the famous words of Fight Club, single service friends. And even for all the people you do meet, either online or off, actual community and actual friendship seem very far off. Most of your free time, of course, is spent more or less just recuperating from work, preparing for the endless slog of work with no end in sight
Yeah, I'm waiting
and
for
no
some
real
virus.
ambitions for advancement. You spend a lot of time working, but don't seem to have a career. You spend a lot of time having fun, but never seem to find meaning, connection, fulfillment, or joy. And everything just seems the same. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. I hate to admit it looking back, but I spent much too much of my 20s in one of these cycles. It's not a pleasant
there, V.
existence, but it is at the same time insidious. For a person inside the wagey depression dopamine cycle, things don't seem to be that bad. After all, you have a job, you have a life, you have an income, and you have old friends who are unemployed and more depressed in the classical sense. And so what if you don't like your job? Your father and grandfather didn't like their jobs and they had perfectly fulfilled lives. Maybe this is just how things are. Working a job that you are less than fond of is part of life. Even while recording this, I have to admit to be in possession of a career that is somewhat removed from my real passion. Hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles, and we all need to do what is necessary to support our families. However, the wagey depression dopamine cycle of the 21st century differs from the experiences of our fathers and grandfathers in times past. And that big difference is that this cycle, this life that I have described in broad strokes, has no real outlets for community, for friendship, for meaning, or for exploring any kind of human dignity outside of the work and office. My grandfather was a lathe operator in a factory in Canada, a job that I can't imagine was his passion. But at the same time, he had a community, he had a family, he had a religion and a whole group of close friends, and a life that had meaning once the 9-to-5 shift ended at the production line. How many millennials can genuinely say the same thing? For the most part, it seems increasingly young people think that the only way of finding meaning is through professional excellence, something that is not necessarily open to everyone in the modern world. And who wants to spend decades in this process anyway, spending one's 20s, 30s, and even 40s trying to survive and minimally advance in some kind of semi-career, only to have nothing to show for it in terms of a broader community, a tight-knit group of friends, or even a family? At this stage, I don't think it's hard to see who benefits from the growing impression in many young people's minds that the only way of finding fulfillment is through professional excellence. But at any rate, for us wagies stuck in this cycle, the first step is to realize that the entire process
Not professional
is joyless
excellence,
and
just
empty,
excellence.
and that a definitive change is needed in order to make life even bearable. And all in all, the wagey depression dopamine cycle shouldn't be bared by anyone. It's not pleasant. But however destructive it is to stay as a soulless and depressed wagey, it really pales in comparison to the other depression dopamine cycle that I had the misfortune of finding myself in. And that is the neat
Attention all
depression
NCPD
dopamine cycle.
subcons.
The people
Suspected
who are
organized
not
crime
employed
activity reported
in
off
education
Willow Street.
or training and
APB
find
out
themselves
on
also,
one
not
Shinobu
surprisingly,
Imai,
in a
convicted on
predictable
multiple counts of
depression
human
cycle.
trafficking and forced
Every
labor.
day is the same.
City officials
Every
are
day
offering
is
a
the
reward
constant
for
feeling of
neutralizing Imai's
failure
criminal
and
network in the
anxiety,
Willow Street
except with
area.
nothing to preoccupy one's mind. Every moment is either experiencing and mulling over the anxiety and depression, or finding some meaningless stimulation to keep it at bay. After everything else is burned through, the entire existence becomes simply an effort to survive, to ward off the truly paralyzing moments of self-loathing that occur frequently. After all, it's true what they say, human beings need to work to live, and retirement can be a major cause of death. And how much of a little death is it to condemn someone in their 20s to be without work for months and perhaps even years? I myself spent just 4 months as a NEET in my 20s, and even now, more than a decade later, I can still feel the psychological scars, a certain proclivity towards depression and anxiety that I'm not happy to have as someone in their 30s. And I find one of the most depressing things about life in the 21st century is to think about how many young men are living lives as depressed NEETs, as people with no work and no purpose getting through things. The housing crisis of 2007 kicked off this trend for millennial men, and I can't imagine the economic troubles brought on by coronavirus are making matters any better. Depression dopamine cycles are death in slow motion, and if you find yourself in one of these two lifestyle cycles, as I did in my 20s, you need to get out. But of course, I know that advice alone isn't going to do anything. Most people living this way don't want to be living this way, and even if the solutions are apparent from the outside, they are incredibly hard to implement from the inside. Not least of which because the entire process of depression encourages a type of learned helplessness. The longer you are depressed, the harder it is to motivate yourself to break the depression cycle. Of course, many people get out of the depression dopamine cycle through an external stimulus, through the help of a family member or friend who imposes external constraints on them, or perhaps through some other life event that forces them to change the patterns they've grown accustomed to. But what if you don't have any of this? Is there a way to break out of this self-destructive pattern of behavior once you've fallen into it? Indeed, I think there is. But this starts with one important step: making commitments, making promises to yourself or a third party that you will keep on a regular basis. Here, this suggestion might seem cute or overly simplistic, but it really is the basis for breaking the cycle that you're in. The brain needs to have its addiction to dopamine stopped, the constant stimulation, and then anxiety when that stimulation is removed needs to be arrested. And the best way to arrest it is to get on a schedule that's not of your own making. And this applies to the wagey depression dopamine cycle in addition to the neat depression dopamine cycle, albeit in different ways. For neats, paradoxically, the first step is simpler. Make a commitment to something predictable, regular, and external to your immediate desires. A few examples off the top of my head, which might suffice, could be volunteering at a local charity, waking up every morning and doing a very specific exercise routine that's recorded and controlled by an external party. The exercise routine doesn't even need to be that rigorous. It just needs to be regular. It just needs to be something that you can't control. Here, a commitment to a certain religious devotion like the rosary every day will do quite nicely. Even better if this is paired with some communal celebration, either at a place of worship or in a prayer group. Even chores done for family, friends, and even pets are some positive progress out of the neat cycle, as long as they're regular and you can't break the commitment easily. The whole point is to stop the self-medication with stimulation and dopamine, to stop the constant anxiety that occupies every one of those moments that's not engaged in that stimulation. Now, does this solve all life's problems? Does this get rid of the economic circumstances and even personal circumstances that are causing the underlying unhappiness and lack of fortune? Certainly not, but on the other hand, it gets the brain into a better place. It gets the brain into a position where it feels like it's for once in control of something, and it's doing something, at least one thing, in a positive direction. Here, the old adage about making your bed every day to change your life is worth remembering. And I would even go so far as to say that you should accept a job, even a job that you don't like very much, even a job where you might be overstressed and understimulated. As a need, it will break the cycle you're currently in, and that's what you need more than anything else to get out of the cycle. But wait, won't this just be trading one depression dopamine cycle for another? Is going from being a depressed neat to being a depressed wagey that much of an improvement? My answer, yes. Emphatically yes. Not all depression dopamine cycles are equal, and while being an unhappy wagey is certainly not pleasant, being a depressed neat for an extended period of time is psychologically destructive. Furthermore, the wagey depression dopamine cycle has many more off-ramps. And when one of those off-ramps is finally taken, the subject in question is likely to find himself in a much better situation, financially, socially, and even psychologically. But that being said, how does one break the wagey depression dopamine cycle? Once more, the answer is external commitments. As a wagee suffering from depression, your enemy is your couch, your computer, and even, as I hate to admit it, sometimes your YouTube subscription feed. When you get your free time after a hard day's work, you need to use it like it's actually valuable. You need to direct it towards things that are meaningful and not easy. Or, failing meaningful, at least having the possibility of having meaning. Here, if one has a career passion that they're still dedicated to, the time not consumed by work could be used to pursue this passion at least as a hobby. Sure, I know one's tired after a hard day's work, but you'd be surprised how much more energized you feel if you use your spare time for something that you feel passionate about. This certainly was the case for myself, and if you are a person who had no ostensible passion for a career direction, a significant amount of your free time should be dedicated to finding something that is meaningful, whether that's through art, whether that's through religion or spirituality. Heck, even a really good hobby would suffice. A hobby, mind you, that you can look back and feel proud about. A hobby that requires some self-development. And a hobby, more than anything else, that requires you commit to it. The purpose of all of these tactics is to constantly be driving towards meaning and fulfillment. To achievements, even minor achievements that we feel proud about. Once more, this doesn't fix the underlying economic, personal, and psychological problems, but it is a surprisingly effective first step. Once you sit back and feel good about completing something, feel good about finishing something, once you're part of a community of people who does things together, and once you begin seeing yourself as someone who can be counted on to get things done, a whole nother world of possibilities opens up before you, and you're able to break out of many cycles you once thought were perpetual. Now, in the next section, I intend to talk a little bit more about good hobbies and good pastimes. But just to understand the last part of this section, the important thing here is to develop good commitments. And here, by good, I mean external to one's own mind, preferably social, and leaving behind something afterwards, even if it's only a memory or a picture, that you can look back and feel proud about. I know at this point I've spent an enormous amount of time discussing how to identify and break from these depression cycles, but I really do believe that for my generation at least, this is one of the main problems that besets those in their 20s. If one manages to avoid these depression cycles, if one is able to break out of the loops that modern living presents to your average young person, and if one also manages to avoid the several other, larger, and rarer failures, there is really no way you can get to the end of your 20s and be an out-and-out failure. Sure, you might be an underachiever, you might not have gotten everything you wanted, but the slate going forward is clean. You're able to try and try again. And really, if all you have in your early 20s is a series of small failures, that's more or less just a learning experience. But wait, I can hear every young person in my audience yelling at the screen. Certainly, at some point we have to win. We can't just continuously not fail. Taken in isolation, this just looks like a formula for mediocrity. Don't we have to make our mark on the world? Or at least get to our 60s with enough of a nest egg to retire on? That's a good point, and this brings me to my next big piece of advice. Part 2. How to set yourself up to win. Now that we've gotten through the rather unpleasant topic of failing, we can get to the real interesting topic of winning. This, however, is a bit more difficult to discuss in a general way. Of course, if I actually were in a time machine going and talking to myself in the mid-2000s, a good deal of my advice would focus on specific things I should be doing, specific risks or specific investments I should be making. But putting specific advice like that in a video meant for general consumption is rather silly. Giving career advice to a millennial, knowing what I know now about how the job market actually behaved in the late 2000s, is of no more general interest than advice about how a past version of myself should have bought stocks, or how a past version of myself should have not sold their Bitcoin or Magic the Gathering cards. However, there are general forms to the problems young people face, and as such, I believe that there are general rules of thumb and general approaches young people might be able to draw on to make better decisions. The future is a different country, apart from the past, but there are observable trends that keep continuing, both economic and political, that I see no sign of abating, and therefore I believe that some insight can be given towards younger people in this situation. For a young person not suffering from some kind of debilitating illness, and also not having their life planned out for them by some external authority, life is all about managing an excess of potential and a deficit of wisdom. What confronts one in their 20s is usually a series of opportunities. Opportunities that involve some amount of investment, usually in the form of time and effort, and have some probability of success, and also some amount of payout on that success. The decisions that follow usually involve choosing between these opportunities. Do I take this job with the possibility of entering a junior management track? Or do I go back to school? Do I get vocational training? Or do I follow my passion and pursue the arts? In this sense, we can see the general problem of making decisions in one's youth in a very similar manner to how we might see investing in a portfolio. Some propositions, some opportunities available to young people are very, very risky, but have a high reward. At the same time, some propositions seem to be safer, but ultimately lead to less payout upon success. As such, a general strategy needs to be taken towards life, at least implicitly. How much risk am I really comfortable taking on? How much reward do I really need to get in the long run? Is it better to live fast and die young, or play it safe? Because we're using the general framework of risk management to address this problem, it's tempting to talk about this problem in the same way we would talk about a stock portfolio, mapping general investment, or exposure as the terminology goes, against the possibility for losses or risk. On one end of the spectrum, we'll just say the left end, you have the surefire ways of making good, the options that always return, but don't return with very much reward. In the investment world, these assets can be seen as things like gold and other valuable earth metals that have little possibility for depreciation. In a personal lifestyle sense, these options could be just the efforts to preserve what one has, to maintain the bonds of friends and family in one's local area, and to also invest in safeguards that could insulate them from future shocks or disasters. On the other side of the spectrum, the right side by designation, we can rank all of the really risky propositions. The high roller options that have a small probability of actually seeing fruition, but have a really big payout. In the investment world, this could be startup stocks or some very, very risky derivative. By analogy to personal life, the riskier option is of course the live fast, die young philosophy. Try to become a rock star or an artist who makes it big, with really no backup plan if the dream doesn't come alive. Of course, very few lifestyles fall into this extreme. Most life plans split up their investment strategy between risky and safe, and it's worthwhile to talk about some overall life philosophies for people who are young. First, as I've already alluded to, we can talk about the extreme ends, types of lifestyle that really only appeal to fringe weirdos and are quite uncommon. Here on the left end, you have the extremely risk-averse prepper, the person who spends almost all his time and effort making sure that some future eventual shock is not going to take away what he currently has. And of course, on the opposite right end, you have the rock star, the extremely risk non-averse person who wants to win it big and only really has one long-shot chance in life. Once more, I don't think it's hard to see what's really wrong about both of these approaches for the average person. The problem with the prepper is he has no real way of winning. He spends all of his time trying to keep what he has, and even in the eventuality, even in the event of the disaster he's anticipating, the best he can really do, it seems, is break even. By contrast, the rock star is the human lottery ticket. He really only has one very, very slight chance for his efforts being beneficial to himself or really anyone else. In a sense, he is living the dream, but in many cases, it's simply a fantasy. And for the most part, the only reason why this archetype is more appealing to young people on average is because of survivor bias, the natural tendency to only see the cases where the long shot was successful. Still, to any sober individual listening to this, I don't feel like I have spent too much time explaining why these two extremes are not good strategies. And at once, it might seem like there is a very common sense alternative. Why not simply play the middle? Why not spend most of your time and efforts into things that do require some risk, but have a good probability of success and a good probability of return? Sure, spend some money on that contingency plan, on setting aside money and resources for a disaster. Sure, always hold out some hope that your big dreams might occur. But really, the focus of any rational person's life should be on moderate progress. The middle-class professional job in an air-conditioned office, and the nice starter home to get yourself on the property ladder. This indeed has been the approach to life taken by most middle-class Americans, both of the boomer generation and of the generations that immediately preceded them. At this stage, the middle ground approach to life has been working for people in the West for almost a century now, so why couldn't it continue to work? And herein really lies the problem. With our generation, and perhaps the entire West in our own age, this middle position, this general style of middle-class life increasingly isn't working. The moderate risks it takes on in terms of college debt and later credit card and housing debt are riskier than most people initially imagined. The payouts guaranteed in terms of job security and generally high salaries to support a family aren't panning out. As such, every generation, every decade, every year, fewer and fewer people are making this middle ground approach work for themselves. And I don't think that a young person standing where I was 10 years ago should be thinking in this direction. In my estimation, the boomer middle ground is quickly receding, and this is one trend that's not going to let up in the next few generations. But then, what is the alternative? I think very naturally, in light of the fact that the center is not holding, people naturally push towards the ends, returning either to the prepper or rockstar style approach to life. These don't need to be as cartoonishly extreme as I initially presented them in my explanation, but nevertheless, I still think that they are entirely unwise. To start with, no matter how pessimistic you are about our present prospects as a society and civilization, no matter how black-pilled you get, I stick by my advice to never go full prepper. This, of course, is not saying that one shouldn't make plans to prepare for future disaster. I think anyone would be stupid not to at this stage. The problem comes only when this is done in isolation of everything else. Getting yourself armed, storing supplies, and coming up with disaster plans are all very good ideas, but also, depending on what country you live in, very small investments of time and effort. Dedicating your entire life to prepping, moving to the countryside and building bomb shelters is probably not going to result in any benefit to yourself. Indeed, the decline is manifest, but the decline can also be a slow process. In the event that the ultimate disaster you're planning for happens not 20 years out, but 150 years out, all your prepping efforts are likely to come to mostly nothing. As the famous economist said, the market can remain irrational for longer than you can remain solvent. Even if you are prepping for a disaster, you need to be able to live in this world as it is. And just as I think that prepping might be making a comeback, I have noticed the typical rockstar style life plan re-emerging most prominently in my native Northern California. Here, and I would be surprised if it were only here, increasingly young people are being encouraged to take the big risks. Lean into that new startup firm going public in Silicon Valley. If you put in the time and effort in the right place, you're going to make it big. and in much less time than your parents or grandparents ever had to work. Sometimes these propositions are put in corporate or new agey type language. You need to become a thought leader or an innovator of tomorrow. Other times they're put in more crass and materialistic terms. The right way to navigate this economy is to get your fuck you money and then get the fuck out. For those not familiar with the lingo, this is just an treatment to make as much money as possible and then go live the life you always wanted to live, whatever that might be. Now here I want to be much more careful with how I treat this attitude because I see a lot of the utility behind it. People are too risk averse, and increasingly in our economy, money is made in big ways or not at all. If you're a person who has passion for a particular enterprise, if you've got a new idea that's your dream, you'd be stupid not to try to follow it, especially if you think it's going to make you a buck or two. And there's even something to be said for the philosophy of get the fuck you money and get out. After all, money is constantly being made in stupid ways, where you can cash in just on being there at the right place and the right time. So why not take advantage of opportunity? And if taking advantage of opportunity were all that this particular option entailed, I think I'd be much more positive about it. The problem is that it usually does go further. These high-risk attitudes, constantly being pushed by Silicon Valley, are not simply in treatments to be less risk-averse for your own benefit. They're an attempt to create a new one-size-fits-all plan for most young people. Regardless of whether you have a new idea, a real talent, or a real passion for the field of technology, or some other up-and-coming market that profit can be made on, you will inevitably be encouraged to dive headlong into the crazy and risky work environments of modern techno-capital. Sure, there are people who really thrive in this environment, and there are many, many success stories that are very, very prominent. But in my experience living in this area of the world, these types of innovative and dynamic environments create just as many losers as they do winners. And I know many people who are chewed up and spit out by the system. You just don't typically hear about them in the advertisements. A lot of people will never get very rich working in these areas, and they'll be miserable every single day making that their vocation. For a lot of people, this is a formula for a ruined life, even if it does have a high possible payout for some people. Of course, the investment class that pushes these ideas on young people doesn't really care about that. They're hedged in their portfolios. They're perfectly fine with you turning your life into a lottery ticket because they collect at the end, and they're playing many, many numbers. For the individual with only one life to live, however, this can be a much less enticing proposition. Again, I think looking at both extreme options, conventional wisdom still applies. We need something different. We need something that's more suitable for ordinary people who want to live and love on their own terms. Now, I think most people who come from a neo-reaction background probably think that they know what my answer is going to be to this problem in advance. What's needed is a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. Combine the safety of the prepper with the high payout of the investment banker or the entrepreneur. This, of course, is the famous Nassim Nicholas Taleb concept of the barbell plan, seeking a portfolio that avoids the center and instead looks for highly secure and highly risky assets. And certainly, I can see a certain advantage to this. Most people historically like to stay in the center. That's what's worked for the longest time. And in the world of investment, you only really get paid off by beating the market. Furthermore, since the declining center that we witnessed since the early 90s is likely going to persist as the trend into the future, the person who plays the barbell strategy is likely to be more rewarded than not on average. All of this is 100% true. Nevertheless, I think we need to take the barbell strategy with a slight grain of salt. While I think the barbell strategy is more or less ideal from a pure investment point of view, the difficulty with applying it to our lives is that
Barbell
we're not
averages
only
out,
investing
so
in our
you could
lives, we also have to live in them. Being a prepper by night and a high-stress stock trader by day might be a pretty good way of being hedged against future eventualities, but it's no real way to live life in a meaningful sense. Missing from this simplified model is how we psychologically process the lifestyles that are required. Do we find prepping for the apocalypse psychologically rewarding? Do we find high-risk investment or high-risk research to be fun and interesting? And maybe, after all, there is something emotionally and even spiritually valuable about the middle-class lifestyle, even if it is dying. Overall, I expect people like the boomer middle-risk lifestyle because it entails a type of life that is just more pleasant and more fulfilling. If it's long-term unsustainable, well, that's too bad, but you are living your life now. And I have to admit that despite myself, I am one of those people. I am very comfortable with family life, with working a job and supporting a community. The pure barbell strategy, comprised of mixing together extremes, is just not for me. At least, not in its totality. For myself, looking forward, trying to imagine what I would do in today's world, I would take a more distributed strategy, putting emphasis on the ends as much as possible, being sure to take extreme investments when they look good, being sure to have a prepper plan, but still, at the same time, trying to live in whatever middle-class existence is still there to be had, simply for my own psychological and spiritual health. And here, I will admit this might be a function of my own weakness. After all, it's the natural human tendency to want to move back towards the center of the distribution, and as such, the barbell strategy is always a good rule of thumb. It's always good to remember that we should be trying to look for more possible investments with high reward, and also insulate ourselves against future disasters. And so, what remains at this point, after everything I have said here, is certainly a balancing act. And I know people will be frustrated with this. Have I even really given any good advice here? After describing the parameters of the issue at hand, have I really given any insight to how to deal with the problem? After all, no one's going to look at a graph and come away with any rules of thumb with how they should manage affairs and how they should deal with opportunities that present themselves. And this is a good point. So, to better communicate my own philosophy, I condensed the approach I would take into a set of quick rules of thumb. These are some general tips to keep in mind, some core pieces of wisdom that I feel like I should have reflected more on when I was going through my own 20s. The first of these tips, not surprisingly, is the basic adage to fail quickly. Once more, after all, these are your 20s. You have an excess of potential and a deficit of wisdom. You're going to have a lot of opportunities that don't work out. The important thing, however, is to not make the failure last too long. Don't let any given setback take up too much of your valuable time, and don't send good money after bad. I know that this goes against another piece of received wisdom, that you need to stick it out and be in it for the long haul. And while there are some worthwhile endeavors that really require you to put your head down and just get through things, for the most part, I feel that many young people get stuck in cycles and patterns of behavior, patterns that they know aren't leading anywhere, and really the only thing stopping them from making a change is the fact that they are comfortable with how things are. If you know something isn't working out, end it as soon as you can. Fail quickly. And this applies doubly for young men in relationships. I know for myself, I had many relationships that just didn't work out, and yet I resisted ending them because I felt like I didn't want to hurt the person I was dating. Of course, the worst thing you can do to a woman is string her along, and it's best ultimately just to be honest and cut everyone's losses. In the end, really, fail quickly is just about being honest with what's working and what's not, and it's a good rule to take throughout life. In this same vein, another key tip I would offer to any young person is to always keep your eyes peeled for what I like to call free lottery tickets, or cheap lottery tickets. These are the opportunities we discussed earlier, the high-risk, high-reward opportunities. However, as the term cheap or free implies, these lottery tickets don't require an enormous amount of investment to begin with. They are essentially money left on the table, at least in the probabilistic sense. Here I'm thinking of small investments in things like cryptocurrency, opportunities at work to work on fun new projects that have a very high upside, and if one happens to have money to spare, perhaps even taking a gamble on something that you think would be promising but has a very, very low probability of ultimate success. Of course, taking advantage of these kind of free lottery tickets is not a particular new piece of advice.
Get out of here.
You'll get
Chop,
this
chop.
advice in any investment handbook. Nevertheless, there's a key dimension that I think is ultimately left out when people talk about free or cheap lottery tickets, and that's the dimension of fun and fulfillment. Some investments might technically require a lot of time and effort, but if you consider that time and effort spent being fun or pleasant, then for you, that particular angle of investment is cheap. The ultimate lottery win, at least in my opinion, is to be able to turn your hobby or passion into your job. Because even if you fail to make good ultimately on the prospect, you still have a lot of fun doing it, and it can be quite fulfilling. In fact, this very channel is one of these projects. Making videos is a passion of mine, and I've always found it fun, even though my time to make them has waxed and waned over the years. When I started the channel, I had no idea whether it would succeed or fail, but I had the time available, I needed the outlet, and it seemed like a good thing to take a risk on. And while, after 4 years of doing this, I certainly don't live off the channel, it does provide a very, very nice supplement to my life. A little money on the side and an ability to, in my mind, make a positive contribution to some people's lives. For me, that's a successful lottery ticket, but many people never even take the risk. As I said before, a major mistake people make in their 20s is being overly risk-averse, especially when it comes to small risks, things that, if they fail, won't actually be a serious or permanent detriment to your life. But this being said, I think it's good to keep in mind the next tip. Tip number 3, never walk into a situation you can't walk out of. Now for the movie buffs out there, they'll recognize this quote as coming from Robert De Niro's spy movie, Ronin, a kind of cheesy movie from the late 90s, but nevertheless, this one line stuck with me. The often repeated adage by De Niro's character that he never walks into a situation he's not sure how to walk out of. He always has a contingency if things go south in a hurry. It's odd, but in the same way that most 20-somethings are overly risk-averse, at the same time they don't make plans for things getting bad ever. There's a tendency just to hope for the best. What compounds this error, however, is that young people, and here I think of millennials in particular, seem to, in their own minds, catastrophize the eventuality of failure. Failure could never happen, but if it did, it would be the end of my life. There's no way to recover from it. In short, this might be the simple product of the human tendency towards wishful thinking, but it's quite damaging. Whenever you start some new endeavor, some new project, or some new investment, whether it's a new job, a new art project, a new investment, or a new chapter of your education, always imagine for yourself what it would be like if the worst happened. If things just didn't work out, if you had to quit, walk away, and try something entirely different. And once you have this worst case scenario in mind, treat it like a contingency and not like a nightmare. Think of what plans you would need. Think of what resources you would need to make this failure okay. What could you do to have this mistake just be another minor setback, another lesson learned on your eventual road towards larger success? If need be, take some time to invest in this contingency to make sure that you do have a backup plan. And once this is taken care of, logistically, financially, and most important, psychologically, you'll be much, much more secure undertaking your new project, treating it with less fear and more enthusiasm. As a young person, you're trapped in very few things, and it's not good to contrive psychological cages for yourself, things that you have to do, and things you can't fail at, even though those paths might not be best for your life. Now, I should say here that this tip for always having an exit strategy does have a few very, very large caveats, and I'll go into those a little bit in the last section. But for the most part, for most things, failure is something that you should be prepared for and prepared to survive. Never go in if you don't know how to go out. But how might one know that it's time to get out? How should one know that you need a change? That things aren't going forward in the way that they should be? This, of course, is a really good question. After all, young people usually get advice in matching pairs. On the one hand, they're told to be open to all sorts of possibilities and to not overcommit. But on the other hand, they're told to put their nose to the grindstone and never let up. You have to have the ability to be flexible, but also a hard worker who never quits when things get rough. I understand that most people in their 20s will see this piece of paired advice and somewhat despair. It might seem like the difference between a good commitment and a bad one.
I'm joined by D as ever.
In hindsight,
How you doing, D?
by knowing
I'm
how
probably
things
about 7 stone
eventually
heavier than
turn out
last time
in
you
the
spoke to
future.
me due to
However,
Christmas.
I do
What
think
about
there
you?
are ways to tell
Dear, all
whether
the
your
mince
efforts
pies,
were
yeah.
futile
Just
or
imagining
not
all that
by
shop
the
we
nature of the
looked
work
at,
you were
just
doing.
going straight
During the
to
times
gob.
when I've worked very
I'm
hard
doing
on
well.
my own
Hale and well
life,
met.
I've noticed that this
No, I
hard work
do.
has fallen into
Before
two
we
very,
introduce
very
the
different
guests
modes.
today,
The
I
first
need
mode is what I like to call a big push.
I need to apologise to Heston Blumenthal. Do you remember I was missing his £7 mince pies, which were actually reduced from £11? Well, Mrs. AA went in there to do them, and she discovered, hidden at the back of the pack, a special little sachet of carrot sugar. And if you sprinkle that carrot sugar on the Heston Blumenthal mince pies before you put them in the oven, it does something magic to them. It transforms them, and it gives them a wonderful kind of smoky flavour. So they were actually really nice in the end. So
Anything that requires sprinkling carrot sugar on it, yeah, especially a mince pie. No, sorry, that's absolutely cursed. You know.
I will introduce some of the other guests. I'm also joined by a mysterious fellow called Carl. Say hello, sir. Merry
Hello.
Christmas, Happy New Year, etc.
And to you?
And how are you doing?
Very well, very well. Very much looking forward to, I suppose, metaphorically, I have to say, trouncing you, severing your head in this debate, and carrying you back as a trophy.
However,
I didn't do any preparation, though, so it might not happen.
I know you're a bit of a kind of fitness freak these days. So, hopefully you went unscathed by the onslaught of Christmas food.
Yeah, well, I haven't eaten like any carb-based foods for ages now, and so I wasn't really tempted at Christmas because your taste buds change, and I don't really like the taste of sugar anymore. It's kind of disgusting. I actually I don't drink milk anymore, not because I can't. I actually can because it's fairly low in sugar generally, but it's got enough sugar in it that it just tastes really sickly sweet. And it's kind of gross, and so I have like zero sugar almond milk or something now. But the thing is that tastes like regular milk now, so it's like, the only thing that tempts me really is bread and mince pies. I really would like bread and mince pies, but the thing is, I think I would like bread and mince pies. But if I ate one, I'd probably actually not like it. But no, I was relatively unscathed.
Now, I will say I've started a bit of weight training since start of Christmas Eve. I'm just doing this 20-minute thing. So far, so good. I feel like I've already reached the stage where I can go up a weight, And also joining us is apostolistic. God, is Keith? Say hello, Keith.
Okay, I'm Keith for this evening. Although I would love AA to try and pronounce my name every time he interacts with me. Don't have to though, don't worry.
Good Christmas.
Oh, wonderful Christmas, thank you. Lovely time just to forget about all the madness that's going on at the moment.
Also joining me is Charlemagne, who's come in at the last minute as my tag partner for this debate that we're about to have. sorry to do this to you, Charlemagne, but I had nobody.
It's no big deal, you know. I mean, we were talking about fitness. I was actually planning on doing some weightlifting during the stream, since you know someone needs to be doing something productive, and I'm not sure that I'm going to change those plans. So you know, might be a little distracted.
Yeah, you may have to do the heavy lifting for AA, Charlemagne.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, I can offer some quips at least, because you know I know less about the Byzantines than I do the Romans.
We'll see
what happens.
You know,
only you are
every
responsible
once
for
in a
your
while,
situation
Hot
in
Code
life.
have to
Don't
take a
wait
loss,
for the
right?
government.
So
Take
what they
the
do
unit,
is
don't
they
wait
set
for
up a
your loved
tag
ones
team,
to lend a helping hand.
and
Just pull
you
yourself
get
by
in
the
his friend to the
bootstraps
end,
and
Brutus the
get to
Barber
work.
Beefcake, who would take the pinfall for him.
I know what
So
you're
that's
going to say.
hopefully what is
Otherwise,
going to happen here.
So, what's
All
stopping
right,
you
but
from
before we
starting
get
your own
going,
business?
I did want to
It's
share
that very
this.
simple. What's that?
So,
You say
just
you
to
need
explain,
an
the main
education?
event
So education,
for today's
for
show
Christ's sake.
is going to be a debate
Uh-huh.
about
This is
the
like
Byzantine
someone after you wrote
Empire.
this.
Was it really Roman, though? Okay? Was the Byzantine Empire really Roman? Now, there are some strange people who are really passionate about this topic, who believe that, yes, in fact, the Byzantine Empire was really the quote-unquote Eastern Roman Empire. I, on this stream, are going to prove that such arguments are based on logical fallacies, and they cannot possibly be true. Sargon and Keith here are going to argue the opposite, so that's going to be interesting to see. But before we get there, I just want to share this thing that the UN women put out, because this is something that I really thought that Carl might want to see here. This is something that the UN women put out, and it really is. I mean, for a start, I mean, D, you're the artist. This art.
Stereotype
Pizza.
Avenue. Toxic masculinity recycling plant.
Oh, it gets worse.
Inclusion Square, Freedom Avenue, Education Boulevard, Equal Representation Avenue. My God, I told you this stuff was going to take over the world, didn't I?
Hasn't it already happened in... Sorry, Carl. Hasn't it already happened in Birmingham?
Oh, it's already happened everywhere, but like this diversity nonsense, I told everyone, it's going to be everything. Everything's going to be this. And this is the world they want. They want how many people here are disabled, actually? You can see three...
on the stream or in the image?
In the image. Like, seems just...
I calculated that there were 73 people in this picture, and there are 6 disabled people.
Right. So what's the representation that's usually in the population?
So usually it's about 1%, but 8.2% of the people in this picture are.
So the UN women are going to get crippling, is what you're saying?
Well, they're basically going to times the
That's
amount of disabled people by 8.
Chill.
But there are really some horrible things in this.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Kurt Vonnegut story where you have these sort of hobbled. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, Harrison Bergeron.
Harrison Bergeron, yeah.
With the handicapper general.
I just want to draw your attention to some really horrible parts of this. One, as many leftists who are looking at this noted, they've got the CEO of the year down here. So how can you have the equal? How can you have the equality utopia when you've got a CEO, and she's the CEO of the year as well? So that's one issue.
But and she's obviously a woman of colour, presumably trans. It's just difficult to tell with this kind of resolution art. But this is peak neoliberal progressivism. This is what the world will look like. Everyone will be disabled, and you'll be part of the great resetted serf class that'll own nothing and be happy.
It's worse than it's basically everybody in this. There are no people looked long and hard for a straight white couple, for example, cannot be found. There are lesbian couples. That's a lesbian couple there. She's pregnant. There are gay couples. There are groups of. There's a mixed race couple with some disabled, obviously a disabled kid, because why not? There are 2 gay guys there.
Yeah.
But there is no representation of just a couple, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, the only intact family that I have identified in this, in the sense of a father, a mother, and a child, is the three next to Inclusion Square. But of course,
we can see a problem with that one, can't we?
The man is missing a leg. I mean, and also the fact that the child looks completely white.
Yeah, that's an adoption for sure. I mean,
doesn't make sense.
Blonde hair. I mean,
there are some really horrible aspects of this Sargon that I'll just draw your attention to. The toxic masculinity recycling plant have got these guys here. If you can see, that they're putting into the trash. Girls are weak, men don't cry, and men should be aggressive. Boys will be boys, and then in there they've got jokes. Can you see? Sexist jokes are in there. And then out comes, right, so they feed all of this trash in there, and out comes inclusive language, respect. I mean,
Jesus!
And then
what a horrific future this is, though.
These people then collect their inclusive language, all genders are equal and all stuff. They collect them from these boxes. I think that's the idea that they... So, yeah.
Look, I just can't get over how many disabled and broken people there are in their proposed utopia. Like,
well,
why
just a
would
typical
you want
day
to
in
live in? Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to live in like this metropolitan, like area where you own nothing, but you can sit around doing nothing?
Now, a number of people pointed out that there was possibly a based artist trying to subvert this.
Now get out.
This woman here is saying, "Remember the gender pay gap?" And she says, "Lol, what a joke." So some people say. Yeah, I also picked out that there's a childcare centre here, right? No children.
Bureaucrats.
There's no children in the childcare
With
centre.
numbers though, there's pie charts and numbers, and they're like talking about like the percentages of children that they have. Presumably, the pink one is the disabled children.
it's actually it's a euphemism. Childcare. It's actually a bureau care center for bureaucrats with nothing to do.
Awful. Awful.
And there's this horrible moment here. I felt respected and heard in that meeting today. Me too. Can you imagine that anybody in the history of the world having that conversation? I mean...
Well, maybe. After this has become the future.
So it really is something. And the other thing...
Sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Did anyone notice that I was thinking the strategic positioning of Freedom Avenue next to the Reproductive Health Center? Do you think there's a coincidence that they want freedom around that corner?
Yes, but there's no freedom over here, of course.
No, of course.
Only down there.
I find it really interesting that that previous one you put up. I felt respected and heard. These are what you could call second order concerns, as in these are how you feel about something that has happened, right? But we don't know anything about how the thing that has happened. So the process, the sort of thing that you sincerely engage with, is actually obscured from you, which is really weird, right? Because if you want to show someone feeling like heard and involved or whatever, you'd show that person at the meeting doing whatever it is they were supposed to do, that got them feeling respected and heard. But the fact that all you do is hear about it secondhand is weird.
Very strange. A lot of people pointed out down here that Equal Representation Avenue was misspelled. You see, they
Re-resentation.
Yeah, representation.
So
I believe there will be equal resentment. Yeah.
Yeah. I also like the hilariously optimistic tech department. I mean, as if a society like this is ever going to actually sort of produce any sort of technology, and of course across the street from that is the arts department, which everyone is, they're sort of little people like sat at their sort of cubicles, like producing art under duress, I would suppose. There's some taskmaster there, cracking the whip, telling them to produce inclusive art.
But that's the thing, isn't it? Like all of these concepts are like second order concepts, right? These are descriptions of the sincere first order things that you did. This is how you would describe it your feelings about it post hoc. Like, what am I supposed to be doing here? Like, what are the actual actions that I'm taking? What's the fun that I'm having? You know, Inclusion Square, or this meeting or whatever. It's like Freedom Avenue. It's like, what the hell is actually going on? Education. Okay, but in what? It's all of these like abstract concepts that apply to things in the real world, but I'm not really like. It feels like there's this kind of like, it's like a mask. It's like a mask of civilization.
Here are some roles for you, Carl. Okay, you can be little guy in a wheelchair on a football pitch.
Yeah.
You can be.
Actually, I can't because there are no white people there. I'm not being represented. Oh no, there is
right,
one. There's one in goal. Right. Okay.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
quite small.
I think it's a woman. I think it's a woman in goal. Yeah.
I can try.
I mean, yeah, you can't assume anyone's gender. I mean, what
That's a
sort
good point.
of monsters
Oh,
are
sorry.
you?
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't feel represented here, and I mean, I feel openly marginalised by the toxic masculinity recycling plant. This seems like an anti-patriarchal future, which I firmly disapprove of.
You could be a little bald guy planting something on Climate Action Street. Planting a.
I can't. I'm not a gay leftist. I can't do it.
I like that the toxic masculinity recycling plant is spewing fumes into the atmosphere. It's just like the earth, And also, did you notice next to the sort of CEO of the Earth thing is something? I think it says Bank of Equal.
Bank of Equal, yeah.
Oh my god.
Which is yeah, absolutely.
So apparently, there's an economy here, although it doesn't seem like. I mean, there's like 2 shops. There's like, as far as I can see.
No, but I mean it. This is literally this is the perfect vision of the Great Reset. This is what they're aiming for. Where like, it is a like capitalist, quote unquote, in form, but nobody owns anything. They're just serfs, and they're given like these lovely lives by whoever's ruling over them, the CEO of the bank or whatever.
I'm just looking what other roles Carl could legit. Okay, you could grow a moustache or hold hands with an Asian chap. That's an option. I can see that.
Well, no. If I wanted to be culturally sensitive, I would, because that's what they do in places like Saudi Arabia. They actually do. I'm not joking.
Oh, you can get work.
Saudi men walk around holding hands.
You can also get work, by the looks of it, in a hard hat by breaking glass ceilings. You can see this guy here. She's clearly a foreman. He's been working all day breaking the glass ceiling.
Oh, yes, glass.
No one's building anything. Look at the back. What's that thing in the back? Workplace something that they're smashing.
Workplace discrimination. They're smashing workplace discrimination. Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. They've put some sort of idiot in charge of the building material, and they're smashing everything down. And it's like, oh god, that's what equal workplace, anti-workplace discrimination looks like. You put somebody who doesn't know what they're doing in charge, and they break stuff.
It's also quite interesting that apparently that there are religious people here, because I see lots of people with hijabs. I see people with turbans. I see women in a sari. So apparently there's still some sort of religious life going on here. Never mind, of course, that there are very few kind of shall we say reformed versions of those religions. So I don't know exactly how these people who are apparently conservative adherents to those religions are kind of functioning in this town. I guess the mosque isn't allowed to be in city limits or something. But yeah, I was sort of struck by the absence of religious life. But there is obviously some sort of religious life going on. Not Christian religious life, but something.
Well, remember, the people who made this don't really understand how to distinguish between cultural and religious life. So they don't really understand religion.
Oh right, they may not be. Yeah, they may be atheists and just wearing hijab as a cultural practice. I see.
Well, no, it's not even. I mean, maybe, but whoever made that picture clearly doesn't understand like what religion's about. Like they're clearly an atheist.
I think the person that made this picture doesn't understand what humanity is about. Like there's a more basic misunderstanding here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right. Well, unless anyone else has got anything else to say about that, I just thought that everybody needed to know that went out because
I will say it's a nice looking town, and I think it would be very easy to take it over. So I think that if we got our forces together, we could go and right these people and have a nice little little town for normal life. Once we
I
get out
just
of
want to
these.
concur with Mr. D here. That I agree. Looking at that picture was turning me into a jihadi. So, you know.
Oh, here's a genuine question, though, right? If you did take over
I
that,
was being genuine.
Same.
if you did take over that town, would you rename the street? Would you rename Violence Free Alley and Equality
Yes.
Street and so on?
Violence Alley, Stereotype Avenue, Slavery Avenue. Yes.
Oppression Street, yeah. Be the CEO of the patriarchy.
Hey, I sent you. I think that this is. I think this was done by Cringewalker, Anakin Cringewalker. but I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
wanted to share that too. It was cringe.
I DM'd it to you on Twitter.
Yeah,
so.
I will share the screen. It's just neat, is he? Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's the only way to be sure, nuke it from orbit.
All right. Well, I just realised I forgot to tweet that we're live. So, oh well. I'll send that out in a second. But we are here to have a debate. We can't put it off any longer. Hold on. I'll just send this tweet out. Somebody talk. A second. Hold on.
Can't put this off any longer, but hang on a second while I put this off somewhere.
I'm just here to get my push-ups in. I've already gotten 45 in while we're chatting about this. I figure if I get over 100 and another good workout in on top of that, it'll be a victory for Rome in this case, for me.
Well, I'm very worried about this because the idea that we're going to spend this entire show debating like Roman history, it just brings a chill it brings a chill of remembrance of a past co-host. And
Now I should mention I did because of the topic I did invite Britisher, but he said he didn't want to come on. So there we go. I don't want to have any part of this
What did you guys
debate.
do to Britisher, man?
Don't know. But let me just lay out the two basic propositions, okay? So for weeks and months now, my shows, whether it's this show, Cigar Stream with Charlemagne, have been barracked with superchat after superchat, claiming that the Byzantine Empire was the Roman Empire. After I flippantly mentioned one day that, yeah, I understand the basic claim that there's some continuity there, but in actuality, they were separate empires, let's be honest. You can't just say they were the same. And, realistically, by, let's say, 700 or 700 AD, something like that, the Byzantine Empire bore no resemblance whatsoever to the Roman Empire, and for all intents and purposes, was not Roman in any single way. And on today's stream, I'm going to be proving that using fact and logic. And my opponents are going to be using emotional arguments to counter that. Of course. Now, just before we get going here, I'm going to share my screen. I was wondering if you would indulge me in a number of thought exercises before we get to the debate proper. Are you happy to do this?
No.
What do you mean, no? You're not happy
No,
to do my...
because your very premise itself is ridiculous, and now you want to set up some kind of sophistry in order to frame the question in a way that doesn't need to be framed. The problem is that you're trying to suggest there is some lack of continuity between the Roman Empire and the Roman Empire, and I don't know what kind of logical trickery you're trying to plan, but there simply is no question of it from a historical point of view.
Well, let me just share my screen again.
You can't explain the Eastern Roman Empire without it being a continuation of the Roman Empire.
Let me just say before you get started, AA, especially since you're trying to do this under duress, that you could make a decent case that even before the Western Roman Empire actually fell, that the Rome of that time was significantly different from the Rome of, say, 300 years before, right? I mean, the empire fragmented several times with multiple emperors. I think at one point they actually had like 4 different emperors. So
Yep.
in some sense Rome had already gone to pieces, even though it was technically still the political entity known as Rome. So I would say that would be a strong starting point for making this case, is not only detaching the Eastern Empire from Rome, but actually the entirety of the various Roman provinces from the idea of it being a single unified Rome.
Can I address that point?
Sure.
Right. I'm going to add hominem Charlemagne, who's representing himself as a German successor claimant to the Roman Empire, which is a false and unjust claim that has actually no basis in fact. So we don't need to listen to anything that he said. So that, I think, is a successful ad hominem. Sorry.
You got me.
Go on.
It's actually
What I actually wanted to say there is what it actually is like, you're looking at this through AA. You're looking at this through different time periods, right? And you're like, okay, well, the Christian Byzantine, well, I'll just call the Byzantine Empire for simplicity's sake. Even though this is a false distinction that was not made until after the fall of this empire, right? But the Byzantine Empire is different to the pagan Roman Empire in the same way that modern-day Britain is different to modern-day England is different to feudal England. But it's still the same thing.
No, rubbish argument. I will
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
explain-
It's exactly the same.
I'll explain why in a moment.
Okay.
This is a good moment to remind everybody that Foundations of Logic is coming soon. Okay, and you too will understand what logical fallacies are.
I do know what logical fallacies are.
Now,
Go on.
currently there's a 25% off code. If you use 12 days ago, you'll get 25% off. So it's a pretty good one. If you're planning to get future courses, it's a good time to get them, because there probably won't be a discount this big again. But also, I spotted Sargon. You said different to. Should be different from, and if you're taking Foundations of Writing, you'd know that. But anyway,
I haven't done it yet.
let me share my screen, because before we get going, I need to share a number of things. First of all, I spotted somebody doing some last-minute prep for this. Who did I spot on this unbiased history video? Who's that?
That's someone telling the truth, AA.
Eastern Roman Empire is the legitimate continuation of the Roman Empire. Now, you've got previous in this. You're trying to get the crowd on side before we even had the debate. You snuck in there to generate clicks. Look at that.
I'm openly ad homing my opponents, so yeah.
So that's the first thing I'll mention. The second thing I wanted to mention is I went onto Quora. Do you know that website, Quora?
Yep.
To see the sorts of low IQ arguments that people made. And if you ever go on Quora, you'll see that everybody on there's got like they put their academic credentials after their thing. So this is by Johnny Smith, MA in history and all this sort of stuff. Let's just have a look at the state of some of these arguments. And what I thought we'd do is, as a kind of scholastic exercise, I'll work through this argument, I'll break it down, and you guys can tell me either where he's gone wrong or where I've gone wrong, okay? Does it sound good to you? And then together we can come to an understanding. So this guy on Quora has said, other answers try and justify the term Byzantine by saying that the empire changed culturally over the 1400-year history of the Imperium Romano-Roman, right? That its language changed, that its religion changed, that some cities ended up beyond the direct control of the empire at various points, that it became less multiculturalist and more nationalistic. Those are all excuses, says this low IQ writer, okay? Should we not call England by that name because it speaks a different language today than in 1000 AD, or perhaps because it was conquered by a Frenchman in 1066, or perhaps because it started to use a slightly different version of Christianity, Perhaps we should start calling Germany, France, Spain, Russia, Poland, Hungary, Austria, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Romania, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, China, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, and scores of other nations besides by a different new name. Now, I'll just pause there to break down the argument of this guy as it stands so far. His first premise, which is something you've already mentioned, Sargon, as well, is that England is still England, even though the English language has changed. Okay?
Yeah.
Fine. We can accept this premise. Premise 2. England is still England, even though it was conquered by the Normans in 1066. Okay. We all agree. So, from this we can conclude: 1. Language doesn't define a nation. 2. Race doesn't define a nation. Okay,
It
we'll
does.
go along with this. But what's the hidden conclusion in all of this? Why do we call England England if it's not because of the language or because of the people? Well, clearly it's because it's these islands right here, this sceptred isle. It's not because England is not 3,000 miles away, it's here, right? So the hidden premise, the hidden conclusion here is that geography defines a nation. That's why we call Germany Germany and France France and Spain Spain and England England, because the land is the same. Over to you. Because my point is
okay.
that Byzantium isn't in Rome, is it? It's fucking miles away. It's in Turkey.
Yeah, but hang on. So what you have here is the featherless biped of descriptions of what a country is. Behold a plucked chicken. We are speaking to the essential thing that is England and English. In this example, in the same way in the Byzantine context, we're speaking to the thing that is essentially Rome and Roman. And so it doesn't really matter if the people change, if there is a constant. I mean, the people die, right? So they grow old and die. So the people are always changing. There is always social evolution. There are always factors that influence it. But the people themselves identify in a particular way. And there's a continuity of identity through time and through these events. And it's that continuity of identity that is the essential thing. Because there is no other state or group of people or anything like that that can not only claim that historical continuity, but identify with that historical continuity.
So,
and it is exactly the same for the Eastern Roman Empire.
You're giving me this postmodern argument.
That's not postmodern at all. At all. No, that's first year philosophy degree.
You're saying that the way to define a nation is how people identify themselves.
That's all a nation is.
Right. So if I say I'm Roman now, does it make me Roman? I identify as a Roman.
But it's not just that. There are lots of different things that weave together, strands that weave together, to make a thing what it is, right? I mean, if I would say, okay, how do you know you wake up in the same room every day? You'd be like, well, it's in the same place. And it's like, yeah, but it's not in the same place. You know, the Earth has traveled around the sun in that time. Actually, it's thousands and tens of thousands and millions of miles away or whatever. You know, it's all about how in our heads we perceive the world and how we understand these things, not just in like some abstract scientific category, but in the way we perceive it as individuals, as human beings. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a continuity of the people in the state. It's not it's not like something that's extra human. Right? You can't look at it from outside the perspective of a human being because it is a human experience.
A nation is not language. A nation is not history. A nation is not race. A nation is not a place. A nation is just what people kind of feel. Is that what you're talking?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the essential characteristic. It's the understanding of
one.
That is the essential characteristic of every nation. Otherwise, you're just sat here with the featherless biped going, well, look, I've plucked a chicken and therefore that's a man. You know, behold a nation, is what you're saying. So, but that's not how it works.
Because it's kind of interesting because I saw, I got a book by renowned philosopher Roger Scruton here. Mm-hmm. It's called Where We Are. Do you remember he wrote it in the aftermath of Brexit? And in that he was saying, well, conventionally people define nationhood in 3 different ways. He says there's the sense of belonging to a particular place, which is the one that he likes, the kind of civic nationalist one, which is, well, we belong to this area here, this island, and that makes it Britain and that makes it England, because it's this plot of land.
I agree.
You define it by. No, you don't. You do not agree, because you're saying that the geography doesn't define the nation. You're
You
trying to
have just
abstract it.
described. You have just described the beliefs and feelings of the people.
How have I? What I've said? No, I didn't. I said.
What did Scruton say? Read it out again.
Right,
What was
so,
it?
so Scruton has three. He says there are three
Yeah.
ways of defining a nation.
Yeah.
There is the kind of nationalism of place. So we belong to this island and its history.
Let's stop with
okay?
that phrase. We belong.
Right.
How is that anything other than someone's feeling?
Well, you actually
But
have
you're not
to
owned by the island.
Well, you have to
like that.
be in that place. You have to be. So it's important, right?
No,
I'll give you an
no.
example. I watched The Hobbit yesterday, when the 13 dwarves have to return to their home, and the King of the Mountain has to reclaim his throne.
Yeah.
Well, it matters that there's the mountain. It matters that it's there. They can't go to some other mountain. It has to be that mountain,
Sure.
right? You can't just declare that. You can't say, "Oh, I'm the king of the mountain, and we're the people. We're the kings of this the lonely mountain here, but we're going to go and live in the Shire."
Yeah, but this isn't objective. This
Go
is
on.
not happening. This is not happening outside of the minds of the dwarves who believe they belong in the mountain, right? So what you're talking about is the feeling that the dwarves have for the mountain. If the dwarves all die, the mountain isn't going to be any poorer for it. It's not going to care. But it's the dwarves thinking, well, we belong to a thing, and so our tradition is in the mountain. So for us to identify ourselves in the way that we think is proper, then we need to go and reconquer the mountain so we live in it, right? But if nothing is going to compel them to go to the mountain. In fact, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be difficult to achieve. Is what makes the story worth telling, and it's what makes it worth hearing, because that then is the the sort of like achievement of the
Dwarf
will, the
nationalists.
dwarves and their struggle. That's the human element that we identify with. But all of that is just them identifying as dwarves who live in mountains, in the same way that every civilization identifies itself as what it is and continues on that understanding, passing forward from what it inherits to the next generation. I
But-
too have read Scruton.
But the physical mountain's still important.
Sure.
If England was
But
conquered,
values are always subjective. The things that are valued in the heads of people.
if England was conquered, okay, and you were displaced and you were forced to go and live in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Kentucky's not that bad.
Would Kentucky become England, or would you, in your heart of hearts, just like the displaced dwarves, want to return to England and reclaim Swindon as your own?
I would, of course, want to reclaim Swindon as my own. But that's
So-
because of the subjective belief in the continuity of Swindon as the prime jewel of England that needs to be under the control of the English, obviously.
the objective physical location matters. That's my conclusion from what you just said. The
But when you say
mountain
matters, when you say
it matters to you.
matters, that it matters is a subjective value judgment. So it can only matter to an individual.
Subjectivism.
And so if you say objective, what you're saying is it is somehow a part of the universe that the value must be there, right? And it's not. Values are always held only in our heads. No, an objective, neutral observer, aliens couldn't come down and identify the value of Swindon, right? I don't mean to put Swindon down when I say that, but what I mean is, to me, the displaced Englishman in Kentucky, right? They can't objectively identify that by just looking at Swindon, right? They'd have to speak to me to get my opinion on it, because this is a value I hold in my head. Because all of this, any of this stuff, it is based on places, and people and events, it's based in the real world.
England, places like the Lonely Mountain, places like Rome, we might say. Actual places like Rome.
Yes, and so when a bunch of Germans are occupying Rome, you're saying that's the Roman Empire, but it's not.
So, Scruton goes on. He says, well, there have been other ways of defining a nation. You can define a nation by the blood, for example. This is the idea that race is what defines a nation. For example, the Jewish people did not have a physical country for over 1,000 years. and yet
Too many agents
they still persisted as a people around Europe, okay, as a displaced nation. And what kept them going was the blood. Another group who had this idea of the nationality of the blood was, of course, the mid-century Germans. And Scruton says, well, we need the place. We need the nationality of place because we don't like the blood because that's evil and Nazi and so on. But why isn't the blood the defining point of nationhood? Because again, I think of the dwarves in The Hobbit, and not only do they want to return to the mountain as a physical place, but it survives in them in the blood of the lineage of the kings. Thorin, grandson of Thor or whatever it was. So why doesn't the blood matter?
Yeah.
Well, in the context of the Roman Empire, because who was the last descendant of Caesar who was actually an emperor? I mean, it wasn't long. It was Nero, was it? Right. Yeah. It wasn't long into the Roman Empire before it was non-Caesarian blood. So I don't think. Like if you're going to go into sort of like medieval monarchies and things like that, then yeah, the bloodline was important, and that was tremendously important. But the thing is, you didn't have nationhood in that point,
Exactly.
because it wasn't really the same thing. Like France being a small region around Paris, but the Kingdom of France encompassing a large amount of the sort of area that is modern France now. Even though they were all separate peoples that end up getting sort of taken over in the last few hundred years. So it's in the case of the Roman Empire, it wouldn't make sense because it wasn't based on that. It was the legitimacy of the office and the continuation of the civilization that is Rome, right? So you've got a series of like laws, traditions, institutions, religion after Constantine, and all of these things become the legitimating factor for the empire. And it's important to remember, like, the empire and the emperor, like, to the average person, were something that was often not really tangible, right? And so it would be just understood, but it's not necessarily that you'd interface with it in your daily life. But the point is, like, if you believe you are under this organization, and the organization itself is the legitimizing factor, then if you are continuing the organization while a bunch of barbarians have taken over this other area where the organization also used to be, you will doubtless do a Justinian and say, well, we need to reconquer that area because a bunch of barbarians are currently despoiling our holy places. But you're not going to turn around and say, well, that means we're no longer the continuation of the thing that we were, and these barbarians are now that thing just because, I don't know, magic soil theory or something? Is that where we're going? Like, they've arrived in Rome, therefore they're Roman? It's.
I think you're touching on the third idea that Scruton has.
Yeah.
So he said there's three ideas. So there's the soil, there's the blood, and then the third idea is basically it's just based on an idea. And the example that most people give is that the USA and its constitution is a set of values, right? And it's those American values, whatever that means, liberal democracy.
Yeah.
This is what defines what being American is, okay?
Yeah.
And Scruton says, well, we need to reject that idea because it's silly, basically. But it seems that your view is that the Byzantines, in the same way that America is an idea, quote unquote, the Roman Empire is an idea, an idea. It doesn't belong to any particular people or to any particular place. If people feel that they're Roman in their hearts of hearts, there the Roman Empire stands. As long as they run it in a Roman way.
I think that there has to be a continuation of a tradition, because like when you're saying, oh, it's an idea, what you're doing is abstracting it from the people who would hold that idea, right? So ideas actually don't just live independently of the heads of people either. An idea written on paper where there's literally no other sentient being in the universe to read it, does it even exist? Is there such a thing if no one's there to think it? And so I really think that you need to particularize these things rather than universalize these things.
Okay, well let's particularize it.
Yeah.
There is a Japanese man, okay, who has decided to move for whatever reason to Kentucky, Okay, maybe he's living on the same street.
Joining
as
the
you.
English in exile. Yeah.
He's joining. And while he's in Kentucky,
Yeah.
he studies at the feet of various English masters, such as yourself, in the ways of the English. Okay,
Yep.
he studies the ways of the English.
Yep.
Now he doesn't take up all of those kind of English cultural things that you'd associate with being English, like
Yeah.
speaking English, eating tea and scones, Henley regatta, all those things that T.S. Eliot talks about as being very, very English, playing cricket. No, he doesn't do that. He carries on eating sushi, speaking Japanese, watching anime, whatever it is Japanese people do, okay? But he studies, John Stuart Mill. He loves the ideas of the kind of Anglo ideas, and he's like, I'm going to carry on these traditions here in Kentucky with all of my Japanese kind of friends and family, and we are now going to be the English Empire. In I can claim continuity through my teachings, through my learnings under Carl of Swindon, and I'm going to carry this on now. And where we go, we're going to carry on this English way of running things. Even though I'm going to carry on speaking Japanese, even though I'm going to not adopt any English cultures at all, the fact of the matter is that we are, we're running things in a pretty English way. So we carry on calling ourselves England because we have a separation of church and state, and have vaguely classically liberal values and so on and so forth. We've got an NHS. Let's say, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a good one for you.
Okay,
but
so
again, all of this is just Plato's biped, featherless biped.
So this Japanese fellow, does he get to call whatever it is he sets up in Kentucky the English Empire?
No, I think by your definition, we have to call that the Japanese Empire. Even though it's speaking English, using common law, has an NHS, and has people who call themselves English in it, we have to call that Japanese by your standard.
No, I'm asking by your standard. By
Well,
your
that's the point, isn't
standard,
it?
by your standard,
Could I
is
make an
this man's empire? Is this man's empire that he sets up in Kentucky, right? Is it now the English Empire?
But you can't call it the Japanese Empire because it's not Japanese.
Could I make an interjection? Sorry.
Go on.
What you're basically describing is the Meiji Restoration, where
What you're describing is like the Slav invasions into Greece. Like Macedonia isn't Macedonia anymore, apparently.
No.
I mean, I'm still waiting for an answer. On what basis is this? By your definition, this
you
guy's
just laid it
empire
out.
should be called the English Empire, right? It should be called the English Empire. By my rational, objective definitions, where you rely on culture, race, or geography to define a nation, the three laid out by Scruton and the ones used for centuries by millions and millions of people. Yes, it's obviously absurd to say that this guy, whatever this guy sets up, is the English Empire. But by your definition, surely you should call it the English Empire. He's carrying on the traditions. Doesn't matter that it's in Kentucky. Doesn't matter that he's not speaking English.
I didn't
Doesn't
say
matter
that.
that he's not
I
playing
didn't
cricket.
say any of that. Right? I said that a nation is a continuity of people, right? It's not something abstract. So it is the people involved. What you're describing is a fringe case of an Anglophile who moves to wherever he thinks the English are and adopts their practices and customs. He goes native, right? That's not unusual. That's a totally common phenomenon.
When you say continuity of people, can you define that? Can you define that? So what
Sure.
you mean, like their blood relatives, or like what?
Yeah. It can be in lots of different ways, can't it? But yes, it would be related groups of, areas of families. What we call, I guess, you just call an ethnic group. I'm not saying like blood in the way that the Nazis are meaning blood, as in, they would. What you're talking about is an inherited tradition that are from the people of an area, and usually it's a local area, because these things build up over centuries, and so it requires proximity to one another. But you end up with these kind of bonds.
So
And
geography
that
is
becomes the
important,
civilization that
ethnicity
you're
is
handing down.
So the geography is important and the ethnicity is important.
Well,
Is what I'm just trying to establish the
hang on,
basic
hang on.
premises.
Yeah, no,
before we-
you're not there. You're trying. What you're trying to do is find hard borders for something that doesn't actually have hard borders, right? And that's why you keep reverting down to Plato's chicken without addressing the sort of Aristotelian essence of the thing, right? And that's the point. It is the essence of the thing that is the
I do not understand. Does Arasaka not have enough of its own people?
Look around, sir. Things are heating up in the city. Suits know one spark's all it takes for Japantown to go up in flames.
Riots are always best put down by folks not sporting your brand name.
Ah, you are here.
Goro, good to see you.
As it is to see you, V. I acquired some information of my own. Do you know who most wished to honor Arasaka-sama with the parade? His murderer. The irony makes me sick.
What's in it for Yorinobu? Doesn't seem like the kind who care to honor tradition.
That is so. Japanese heritage is one element. Yorinobu will also put on a display of power. The floats are sure to be beautiful, but the wizened eye will see in them a hidden message to his foes.
What message would that be?
I am here, Gumindomo. Watch your backs.
Not one for subtlety, is he? Still don't see how this gets us anywhere.
I have had an idea. Look to the sky. The dash floats will pass precisely this way. If I could just get onto Hanako-sama's float, I could speak with her in private.
Get there how?
Why jump? Of course.
Expectations way too high, Goro. Couldn't pull that off even if you still had your fancy implants.
I have thought of a solution. While you are occupied with your shady dealings, I learned more about the floats. They are all kept in one place, Arasaka Industrial Park. It is there that they prepare them. We need only to break into the compound, find the right float and inject a virus into its system. You will then be able to disable any security before I sneak inside.
Lots of ways to skin this particular cat, you know. Gonna need...
I know what you need. It is taken care of. I have an infected shard. It was not cheap, but the man who sold it to me guaranteed it will work.
Where'd you get this shard?
Across the canal.
Kabuki? Might actually be half decent soft then. And if it isn't, got a few tricks up my sleeve too.
This is good to know. Let us move on. To take control of the float is one thing, but not all. The security concerns me, the snipers especially. I will be an easy target. But I may have an answer. Okada-san mentioned the city cameras. If we gain access to them, we will see exactly where the snipers are. You can deal with them as I advance.
Sounds like a plan.
You agree just like that? The risks are considerable.
Yeah, well, getting more and more used to that.
And now, what would you say to a small test? We must try the shard. The camera control room is in front of us. You must get inside and infect the network. That is all.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, you'll do what? Crack open a can of suds?
I will not touch alcohol. At work, I will watch your back. Now, get to it. There's no time to waste, V.
fucking worked.
And
Two-bit thief, ain't I? Keep saying so yourself.
not without reason. The shard works. Good. The easy work we have done. To break into Arasaka Industrial Park will not be such a bed of roses. But before we discuss that, sit. I have not eaten since yesterday. Give me the best on the menu.
I highly recommend the yakitori today.
Anything that isn't local, please.
See you tomorrow.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this Sokka scum might actually prove useful. He's a well-trained dog, needs orders, that's all. And when he outlives his purpose, we'll flatline him.
Chill, Johnny. He's Sokka scum to you, I know that. But Garo's not a bad guy.
Not a bad guy. He was Saburo fucking Arasaka's bodyguard. Think his pretty eyes landed in that gig?
What is this?
Hey, yakitori.
Okay, I have laid the plan. 1. We break into Arasaka Industrial Park. 1.5. We hack Hanako-sama's float. 2. During the parade, with my help, you eliminate any snipers. 3. I get onto the float. 4. I convince Hanako-sama of the truth.
Forgot 5. Oda zeros us and pisses on our corpses. We won't ever be less than a foot away from Hanako.
Oda would not dare raise his hand against me.
What about me?
That is a different matter. I would advise you to watch your distance.
Well, sounds like a suicide run, but done dumber shit than this, so...
Things even more stupid than stealing from Arasaka.
None dumber yet, no. Set the bar pretty high with that one.
Now, we part. Reconnaissance is required.
What are you doing? Don't let him...
I'm a stranger in a strange land. I'm going with you.
True. And you with your hands, skills, mind of a thief. Agreed. This we will do together. Cook! Louder! Louder!
I have decided to double the amount of our
In the flesh.
Night City security forces. President Myers has
He eliminated the last obstacle between himself and complete power.
They
surrendered it to him.
Tell me then, what do we call the murder of my father? Was that not a provocation? Was that not a...
Arasaka, an empire built to last. Before Yorinobu set fire to it from the inside. All of this began with him. The factions, power struggles, all of this. Ksa!
Where's Yorinobu's rebellious streak come from?
No one knows this. Perhaps soon. I shall ask him in person.
Got factions inside Arasaka? What are they?
There are three: Kiji, Hato, and Taka. Kiji longs for stability. The old order. They are united behind Hanako-sama. The liberal wing, Hato, support Michiko-sama, Saburo's granddaughter. I know little about her. And then there is Taka, treacherous thugs who support Yorinobu. Not to mention even smaller factions.
Tell me about him some other time. Why'd Saburo tolerate it all? Can't get my head around it. Could've kept his son on a short leash.
Arasaka-sama was a strong and disciplined man. The strongest man I have ever known. And yet, at a critical moment, he showed a weakness.
For Yorinobu?
For his daughter. When Yorinobu formed his band of hounds, declared war on his own family, Arasaka-sama could have crushed him with one word. Yet he did not, for he did not wish his daughter to suffer. When Yorinobu returned, his tail between his legs, she persuaded her father to give him a second chance. Do you understand? Hanako-sama saved Yorinobu from the consequences of his deeds.
Wait, you think she's complicit in Saburo's murder?
I think we are all to blame. We allowed ourselves to be tricked. But we will correct this soon. Will you join me?
Sure, why not?
Let us go from here.
I hope you enjoyed it. Please come again.
Sawdust and plastic. Come. I have found a
shit, not
place
good.
to observe. We must just climb up here.
Means by changing
Now
the nature of Rome itself. Okay? Just in the same way that William the Conqueror changed the face of England by building castles and introducing
I have a controversial point to make, actually.
Norman cultural.
I would say Rome has a better continuity than the England of 927 to 1066 to the England after 1066, because unlike Rome, which had an unbroken legal continuity in institutions, what William the Conqueror essentially did was import French institutions, and whilst, obviously synthesizing elements of English common law, it was a radically different institution from that which preceded it.
Indeed, and what I'm saying is that this is why there's a hierarchy. Okay, there's a in how you're going to define a nation. I would say, well, the culture and the politics are important, as this guy says, but trumping both of those are probably the bloodlines, the ethnicity, and then the geography. So the actual physical location of who lives in the place. Okay, so yes, William the Conqueror came. Built castles, he brought new political institutions, he changed, but nobody would say that England before and England after were not still England, right? We'd agree that England was the same. And so but the reason that we can argue that, the reason that we can say there's continuity in England, is because it's the same land. If
You
it
can
wasn't,
say the same about. Sorry, Carl, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. This is not true. Again, because it comes from the fact that the thing is identified by the people in it, and again, like, it's not culture and politics or even location that defines the nation. It is the understanding of the people of themselves. Like when the Persians invaded Greece, right, and they marched their way down to Athens, all of the Athenians left Athens and fled to Salamis.
Can you run?
Are they no longer Athenians because they don't live in Athens anymore?
No, just no.
They are still the Athenians, right? But hang on. So, but what you're saying is no magic soil theory. Now these are Salaminians, right?
I'm saying what I'm thinking. No, you didn't hear what I'm saying. I said there's a hierarchy. So I said the geography is really important.
Even better.
The geography is important, but the ethnicity is important too.
Yes, and I'm saying that the Eastern Roman Empire had these two things. I mean, it would be different, say, for example, if Constantinople. If Constantinople was some, distinct foreign entity that, Romans fled to, that'd be one thing. But it was founded by Romans and it was created by a Roman emperor, for goodness sake. Moreover,
in the Roman Empire.
In the Roman Empire. And moreover, you can argue that Constantinople actually became more Roman because it was the center of the Christian Revolution.
And not only that, Rome had owned that area for longer than the United States has been in existence.
Yes, 300 years.
So, I mean, after that, if at that point that territory doesn't count as being Roman, again, no one living at the time would share that understanding.
Let's carry on. So this is the one of the highest IQ posts I found on Quora. He said, if, right, and this was very good because this is conditional logic that he's using. He says, if we can agree that Roman, quote unquote, ceased to become simply a descriptor of the city of Rome or even the Republic by 27 BC, right? And we can agree that it came to include any living person within the Roman Empire before 476 that was bestowed citizenship, that is most of them. So, regardless of their ethnicity, if you were a random Slav, right, and you could still be a Roman citizen, right? You didn't have to be actually Roman. You could be a Slav living in the Roman Empire and you'd still be a citizen of the Roman Empire, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And that after 476, those people who were not Roman citizens, the empire had collapsed but remained Roman by the way things were done, and that quote-unquote Roman is akin to the 20th century qualifier Western, the West, the developed, liberal, democratic, capitalist North. Then, and only then, am I comfortable calling Byzantine the Eastern Roman Empire.
Okay, can I make a...
Yeah, go on.
Can I make a contention with the fourth point? I don't... First of all, the West, developed, liberal, I think that's too general a point to be made to Rome. I mean, the example we have in the Roman case is actually two very distinct examples, and that's because the fundamental legacy between East and West is I would say the cultural divide, which is that in the East we have Orthodoxy and we have a Greek-led culture. In the West we have essentially a Catholic-led culture. So we have two very different conceptions of what Rome are as a result of those two legacies. For example, the Russian conception of what Roman is very different from the Austrian conception of what Roman is, but both claim in some aspects to be derived from the same traditional Rome. So I don't think that's a particularly helpful definition.
I agree. This is very broad. I wouldn't even say Western. That seems to be a layer.
I'm showing you this.
Hang on. So it would be more accurate to say. I mean, again, the West is a very broad thing, but speaking specifically, if I were to call America English, that's true, right? In the same way that this person is talking about the qualifier of Rome and Roman. If you inherit Roman law, if you inherit Roman institutions, you inherit a political continuity with Rome, and remember the Romans colonized everywhere as well. Roman colonies were literally everywhere. So Roman citizens from the city of Rome moved across the empire and settled there. So I mean, this is like what Romania is. You get this all the time. So you can't just draw these distinct ethnic changes. Like by your definition, France is probably one of the most Roman places on Earth, right? Because after Julius Caesar, destroyed like 2/3 of the population, it got repopulated with Italians, who were just at that point just considered to be Romans outside of Italy, by the people outside of Italy, which is all called Romans. So there's no distinctions, no hard distinctions that you're looking for.
Well, isn't it just easy to say? Isn't it just easy to say France is defined by the area that has been called France by a very long time, and by the French people as derived from the Franks, Charlemagne? Isn't that an easier argument? And then we don't run into any of these problems.
Well, no, because the Franks were themselves German, who sympathised with the Romano-Gaelic tribes that came.
But what I'm saying is that they started there. That's the start of France, and before that, who cares what was going on?
The second Roman Empire, the Roman Empire of Constantine, started in Constantinople.
My childhood. I see.
Anyway, he goes on, this guy. He says, because calling themselves Romani is the same as chatting to a Japanese citizen in the ideological 50s to 90s who would admit to a different language, culture, sphere of influence, but a common, quote, Western set of values, outlook, and method of ordering society.
This is definitely an aspect of reality, though. I mean, look at Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong is in a very similar position where, like, racially, they're Chinese, but culturally, they're very westernized, right? They're very Britishized, and they like that. They hold to that. That's how they think of themselves. They don't think of themselves as part of the Communist Chinese Party. And clearly, given the scale of the protests, you know, this is not something they're comfortable with, and they would rather be in our.
None of those Hong Kong people, though, would say, "Oh, actually, Hong Kong is really where Britain is. Hong Kong is England."
Well, if England, okay, but if England was conquered by a giant invading Islamic army, and the British government fled in exile to Hong Kong, and that remained like a Constantinople, would we not consider that to be a continuation of British civilization?
I think a lot of
would the caliphate that now occupies England be British civilization because it's in England?
I think a lot of our friends would become like the dwarves from The Hobbit and want to be claiming
Absolutely.
That's what they wanted to do in the Roman Empire as well, and they successfully did it. I mean, remember, the Eastern Roman Empire, I mean, I'm just going to call it the Roman Empire, for God's sake. I mean, after 476, there is no West-East distinction anyway. There is just the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire controlled Rome until the 8th century. I mean, one of the precipitating factors as to how Charlemagne got the imperial title was because the Eastern Romans couldn't control the Pope. So if your association is with the city of Rome, then we're talking centuries after supposedly the Western Roman Empire collapsed.
This was what Justinian did.
I'm not happy with this.
They even controlled parts of Italy until the Normans conquered southern Italy.
Wait a second. Let's stick with this Hong Kong example. I've been to Hong Kong, okay, and there's a lovely hotel there called the Peninsula Hotel, where you can go and you can have some tea and some scones. I'll never forget it. I went there and I saw a Japanese couple trying to put the cream and the jam on top of the scone, and I went over and I said, "Listen, you have to cut it and put it in the middle." But right, would you not agree that a Hong Konger going to the peninsula and essentially pretending to be English and saying, "Oh well, we're living by Anglo common law. We have very English ways, and I'm here having my scone." Would you not just say that they are LARPing? They're not actually English. They're just a Chinese person LARPing.
How are they LARPing if they've never known anything else?
It's a LARP.
How?
Because have you been to Hong Kong? It's nothing like England. It's nothing like England, though. They speak Chinese for one.
Yeah, but okay, but Canada's nothing like England. Like by these degrees, like you know, they speak French.
And a Canadian person saying they're English would also be LARPing, wouldn't they?
Well, no, I don't think so, because they've never been anything else, right? Like they've always, their ancestors got on a boat, travelled.
This is a bit like saying, "I'm an Italian American. I am Italian. Look, you see, I eat pizza and I do pasta, and I can name Sicily on a map or something." They're not really Italian. Come on.
Sure.
You want me to switch sides here?
I'm not saying that they are genetically English, but what I'm saying is you can't point to their civilization and say that it came from somewhere else.
You already forget what happened at Tom's
right?
Diner?
It was that their civilization is a product of England.
Can't blame him either.
Exactly, with the Greeks in particular.
Different claim. what I'm saying is, right, so let's just take the... let's just take,
things that are not products of England, English.
Americans are big on this, okay? Americans love saying things like, oh, I'm an Irish American, top of the morning to you. I mean, they're not Irish, they're American. They're just not. I mean, whatever you say, whatever you do, doesn't make them any more Irish.
I've never heard of a comparison.
Take one of them to Dublin and see what happens.
Yeah, with anyone identifying as, oh, I'm a Bulgarian Roman, or I'm a Serbian Roman, or I'm a Turkic Roman, for goodness sake. I mean, the ethnic identity which you're espousing, I mean, is far more, again, a 18th and 19th century invention, derived from the legacy of the French Revolution. And that association just didn't exist. I mean, another brilliant example, which Carl will be able to talk about at further length from me, is, what was the Empire of Alexander, for goodness sake? If it, wasn't, again, what was it? How could you possibly define it with your, I hate to say this, but blood and soil approach to nationality?
Yeah, Cleopatra was the last Egyptian pharaoh and the first one of the Macedonian dynasty that spoke Egyptian.
So his mom couldn't give him a proper send-off?
So for 300 years, something like that, the Greeks had ruled over Egypt, and by your definition, they would have to be Egyptians.
What are you talking about?
Also, a interesting point. Do you know where the last Greek-speaking state in the world existed before Heraclius turned the official language of Rome into Greek? Where do you think it was? No, where do you think it was?
No idea.
India.
Right.
That's
but you'd never say that India was
or somewhere like that.
You'd never say that India was Greece.
No, I'm saying there was a Greek identity, a Greek colony in India.
A continuity.
A continuity which existed
like
again.
A Greek kingdom that was manned by Greeks who thought of themselves as Greeks because they travelled from Greece.
Yes, with links back to Alexander.
It seems to me that no matter what you guys do, you either pivot to blood or you pivot to soil. You just can't see it. Well, what's the continuity coming from if it's not the blood?
We've already explained.
The people. It is the people and the tradition and the. This is why the.
What does the people mean? What does the people mean? If it's not the blood, what is the people?
It's the traditions, the things they do, right? One of the things that was so bad about the transatlantic slave trade is that it actually destroyed the tribal lineage of the people going, right? And so now they're just left with black. And black isn't really a very nice thing to be called, especially if black just means slave, right? And now, like, black people in America have inherited an identity that is entirely negative and have had to try and make something out of that, which is really rough, because really if you went to some Arab slave trader and you were just called white, you'd be like, no, I'm English, or I'm Welsh, or whatever it is you'd identify, right? You wouldn't want to just be the slave, which would be white. You would say, no, I'm something, because that's a positive identity. That has a set of values. You have a distinct map of people in mind, like your neighbors, your friends, your family. These things have goodness and value to them. They're not just slaves, right? And that was severed with the transatlantic slave trade. So the people lose their tribal identities, just get compressed into slave, and that's why I think that the black community in America has the kind of pathologies that it has.
So back to my hierarchy then. We're back to, well, the culture matters. It's the culture.
No, it's not just the culture, it's the continuity of the people. These can incorporate other groups of people, and it can lose chunks of its own groups, like the Greeks in Bactria, right? But the continuity, the understanding of the people, of their own history, their traditions, and themselves, and the way they identify and their institutions, this continuity is like a river, and many, many different things that flow together make the whole. And you're just trying to pull one of these things out and say, right, is it this, is it that, is it the other, is it no?
So can you buy into it? Can you buy into it? Right,
yes.
So let's say
taking
that
one person from a foreign culture and having that person set themselves up as a representative, obviously it doesn't work because you're not part of the continuity.
But
you're just a LARPer, you're a fan, right?
You can become part of it. Like Disraeli, for example, was obviously, if you trace his lineage, he was Jewish, but he became the British Prime Minister and is now part of the history of this country. So
Yeah.
And famous. Did he convert? I think Disraeli may convert.
Yeah,
So
I think he did, yeah.
Disraeli becomes, he opts in. You can opt in to the culture and therefore become quote unquote Roman. Is this?
Yeah. Well, have you never tried? Have you never gone abroad and tried speaking to them in their own language?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Generally, people really like it. People want to, people.
Yeah, but I don't
appreciate
become by speaking their language. I just don't become one of them.
Yeah, but if you were to live in France and then want to be like the French around you, then, I mean, is that not something?
I mean, I could live in France my whole life and not become French.
Would someone say you're the wrong blood?
Well, I would say I could live in France my whole life and never become French. Even if I wore a stripe, even if I put garlic around my neck and danced around with onions and a baguette, I would never become French. There's a chance, right? If we moved when AAA was young enough, that she could become French.
You got
right?
no right.
It's just habituation, isn't it?
But that is the only. So the first generation never can. I mean, only through time.
But we're not talking about immigration. We're not talking about the first generation. I mean, the example you just used, for example. Sorry, Mr. D.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, essentially, what you're saying, AA, is people would have that sort of, again, that first immigrant sensibility after having existed for 300 years under the yoke of France, which is essentially, again, what the Greeks were doing when the Byzantine Empire ostensibly was created, but in reality it was just the continuation of the Roman Empire. There was no memory of an independent Greek state in Greece that was anti-Roman, for almost a dozen generations at that point, if not more.
And certainly no political continuity.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's time to move on to the final phase of my setup here, which is a series of historical moments I've picked out that I found.
Yes.
So this is Justin. He says, "Hey, my name is Justin. I'm like so Roman. Dude, you don't speak Greek and you live in Constantinople."
He did speak Latin.
So tell me.
He doesn't speak Greek. Yes, exactly.
This is Justinian the second with his metal nose, right? On what basis is this man Greek? He was the emperor. On what basis is he Roman? I mean, look at him.
Well, the fact that he. What do you think Romans look like?
He's wearing a red toga, which indicates again supreme authority.
I guess the problem is he's got a beard,
which Marcus Aurelius, of course, had.
Well, this does bring up a question.
Was he really Roman if he had a beard?
He was also a Stoic.
We keep talking about content. We keep talking about continuity of culture, but I'm curious because there is a very distinct and marked difference between certainly the artistic culture of the Byzantines and what we were calling Rome proper, or the Western Empire. I mean, there were certain cultural carryovers, but the art is fundamentally different between what came after the kind of fall of Rome and the transfer to the Byzantines and what came before. And so I do think it's not so clear that again, what are we defining as culture? Are we defining language? Are we defining?
Okay, hang on. I've got you there. I've got this right. So, what you've done there is defined what you're viewing as the sort of classical Romans, the pagan Romans. They're not Roman. They're Greek. By your standards, they are as Greek as they come because they have Greek statues, they have Greek literature, they have utmost admiration for Greek power and achievement. And then they transported this culture back to Greece after conquering it, and the culture that you're seeing here is Christian innovation. So after the Roman Empire was Christianized by a Roman emperor, this was the kind of artistic culture that came out of it. Very stylized, and as you can see from like the halo behind this guy's back, deliberate rejection of the paganistic, naturalistic sort of forms and a deliberate embrace of the more spiritual, idealized view of Christianity.
Exactly.
Again, a very, very Greek-influenced thing, in fact. So it's Greeks all the way down, I think.
And there isn't.
Yeah, well, I would agree. I think Yeah, I think fundamentally, I mean, you know, I feel like certainly in terms of the art, the Romans always, at least what we think of as sort of high Roman art, was, as you said, Carl, it was an imitation Greek culture. In fact, they weren't terribly good at it. I mean, they'd never really figured out how to sort of do marble statuary without resorting to certain kind of plinths and things to prop it up. They never really figured that out. And also a lot of those things were kind of imitations in marble of originals which were bronzes anyway. But it is curious to me that there does seem to be a whole kind of current that came into the Christian art of the Byzantines that was from a slightly different provenance, and I don't know enough about
Eastern
that.
Influence.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I am sort of interested in sort of where that came from, but there does seem to be a kind of break there that is religious in nature as well as artistic.
Notice that it's only with the adoption of Christianity that Rome goes into these weird thought policing sort of civil wars and like ecclesiastical schisms. Like before, when it was pagan, it was all very syncretic, and the sort of obsession with orthodoxy very much comes from Eastern religious thought, it seems to me, and this is not something that is common to Western religious thought.
It seems quite un-Roman, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not just un-Roman; it's un-pagan.
So let's carry on. Leo, they call you the Wise. Yes. Can you point to Rome on a map? Rome is not a place; it's a state of mind. Where I walk is Rome. This is basically your like. I don't really understand the arguments that you guys have.
Hang on. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, go on.
Rome is a place and it's miles away.
Yes.
Right. So as soon as an Englishman gets on his boat, goes around, conquers someone, in Africa, suddenly he's no longer an Englishman. He'd be like, "Where's England? It's miles away, isn't it? You're not really an Englishman. You're in Africa. You're an African."
Well, that doesn't work, because in this case, it would have to be the African himself saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm still English," not the English guy, but like 200 years later, the African, the chap in Botswana, "Oh, I'm English, by the way." That's the argument you're making.
Which one is
this? Is Leo the Wise?
This is Leo the Sixth. Just help me if I am, because again, there's Leo the Great, who's a pope.
I think the difference here is talking about whether or not a place is England, or whether or not there's an Englishman in a place. So in that example, the Englishman doesn't cease to be English, but the place might not necessarily be England.
For AA, right? So the people who emigrated from England to India and grew up, had children who grew up in the Raj, those children weren't English.
The children were English, but the India never became England.
But
this is the point.
The Raj was an English organization, right?
It was an English organization, but nobody living in the Raj, right, would have said, "Oh, we're in England, by the way." Because they weren't. England was a specific place miles away.
Yeah, but no, it's not. They like, I mean, look at the sort of World War I poetry. They're like, "Oh, wherever I'm buried, there will be a piece of England there," right? It's not just a landmass.
Always good to hear.
And it's really important. But like in the Shakespeare play, right? Whenever the kings come back, let's say Richard II has been abroad to Ireland or something, or whoever the king happens to be, whenever they come back, they touch the soil. It's really important. The soil is important. There's no right. So the fact of the matter is, you can take the Englishman out of England, but it doesn't stop the fact that England is England. It doesn't make India England.
England is only England because of the continuity that it has. Again, if England was conquered by a bunch of jihadis, then they don't consider it to be the same civilization. And if you got back there, you kiss the floor and then you look up and it's, mosques everywhere, you'd be like, "Okay, this isn't exactly how I remember it." But by your definition, you could be like, "Well, this is England."
Right. I mean, what I'm saying is, right. Let's take a Roman from like peak Roman Empire, drop him in Constantinople in, let's say, 1200, okay, or 1150 if you want. He wouldn't recognize anything. Would he be like, "Oh, we're in Rome"? No, he wouldn't.
In the same way that if you drop a Londoner from 1,000 and drop him now, you won't recognize anything. In fact, the difference would be more.
It's the Gherkin man. Come on, it's just traditional London.
He would. Somebody would explain to him. He'd say, "There's the Thames. I recognize the Thames. I know London. It's changed a lot." Right? But you drop the Roman in Constantinople, and you drop the Roman in Constantinople, and he wouldn't say, "Oh, there's the Thames." He'd say, "Oh, this is actually a different city as well, because I don't have the soil and I don't have the blood. They're different people, and there's a different place. So it's a fucking different place."
No. AA. The Romans colonized the Roman Empire. Right?
How much did Romans and Italians actually settle the places that were
massively? 2/3 of the population of Gaul was eradicated or enslaved. There was 1/3 of the people left after Caesar had dealt with it, and the Romans repopulated. It was like a new frontier. It was like the American West, actually, right? So the Romans went everywhere. Mithridates engaged in a wholesale slaughter of Romans in the East, something like 50 years after Pompey had conquered it, and he killed like 200,000 Romans. Like, so in like, you know, the span of just 2 generations, 200,000 Roman citizens had, you know, from, you know, Italy had moved to Anatolia and started setting up over there, right? Roman colonization of their empire was just something completely normal, and the reason you don't think about it is because it was just not worth mentioning. It just happened all the time, right? And so you can't draw these firm distinctions of blood, because that's just not how the thing worked. And then, okay, yeah, if you take someone from one city and dump him in another city, yes, he's not going to recognize that city. But if you took a Roman citizen who was born in the Roman Empire, say in Rome itself, and was part of Constantine's army and then marched all the way over to Byzantium and started putting down the foundations of the new city of Constantinople, and so he sits there, builds he personally is building the emperor's palace, and then 1,000 years later dump him back in Constantinople, he'll know where the emperor's palace is.
So I'm gonna move on. Behold,
I love because we're BTFOing your points.
Behold, it is I.
I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, I thought
moving on.
It's still setting up, right? We haven't
begun the debate yet.
God, you know, the arguments are laid out. People can make up their own minds. Behold, it is I, Basil. Doesn't sound very Roman. And then, so people are saying, "Don't let him hear you," you know. And for my next decree, every Roman citizen will be entitled to a portion of hummus and flatbreads. Again, not very Roman. If I say hummus and flatbreads are Roman, they are Roman. You understand the point I'm trying to make here? Like, what, by this point, when you've got this chap Basil, what aspect of the culture or the people or anything is Roman by this point? They're literally a different culture, a different people.
The office of the emperor, for one.
All right, so we're back
the martial nature of the Roman emperor, yes. The Christianity, which could be associated again with Constantine.
But interestingly, Basil, we're talking about Basil the Bulgar Slayer here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, his mother was Greek. But his father was, as far as I can tell, I'm just going through his Wikipedia genealogy, but he seems to have been a Roman.
Let's carry on.
I would say we are getting into the territory of kind of rehashing things that have already been said. So I think we should think about kind of wrapping up and making final statements.
We'll hit the super chats after this. So
and adjudicating the winner of this debate. I've been keeping track of all this, by the way.
This is this guy's name, right? Which I can't
even...
rendered in Greek, yeah.
Yeah, he says, "Do we still have to pretend we're Roman? They aren't even trying anymore." Yeah, but he's going to kill us if, you know, we point out that we haven't been in Rome for centuries, but don't speak Latin or carry those little swords. Go for it, I reckon. I mean, look at this guy. This guy is not Roman.
Are we even Anglo-Saxons if we don't live in Saxony?
I mean,
don't even carry those little seaxes anymore. That's what we were named after. Oh God, we're not even English now.
Mehmed II. Come, Constantine Pig. I come to sack your city and close your gates. Constantine. Welcome to Rome. It's me, Biggest Dickus. I mean, look at by this point, even you, right?
I will not have.
1453.
I will not have the memory of the Marble Emperor defamed here. I'm sorry, he was a complete and utter Chad. He would not surrender the city. Yeah. When the siege essentially had been won by Mehmed, he declared, "Oh my goodness, the city has fallen and I am still alive," and he went out like a Chad and died with his troops defending the last vestige of the Roman Empire.
True.
Right, before I hit the super chats, how are we going to decide, D, how are we going to decide who won this debate?
The person who kept saying, right, I don't have an answer, let's move on, is the person who lost.
No, I get to decide who won the debate, so, yeah, so finish up.
All right, well, so if you want to make some closing mentions, closing arguments, I'll leave it to you guys first, and then I'll hit you with my own coup de grace.
Okay, there's simply no way of describing the Eastern Roman Empire as not the Roman Empire. Like, to describe it is to describe what the Roman Empire was and became.
Can I add my closing argument?
Yes.
I would like you all to expunge the idea of Byzantium from your heads. It was an invention by a German historian 100 years after 1453. I think his name was Hieronymus Wolff. And the idea of Byzantium, again, is this association with the Eastern Empire, something strange, something exotic, and ultimately Byzantium was a pagan colony. So something very removed and, again, strange compared to the Latins in the West. And ultimately, I think this is due to, again, the papal truth regime and Western propaganda to defame the idea of the Eastern Roman Empire. So I would go farther and say, don't use the epithet of Byzantine ever again.
So my closing argument is this. Charlemagne, do you want one, by the way, or do you not bother?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I came into this, well, I mean, you basically invited me like 2 minutes after the stream was supposed to start, right? So don't exactly have any knowledge prepared, but I actually found it pretty interesting. You know, I kind of expected the Byzantine side to basically to win the debate, but you know, I kind of thought the whole idea was silly, but after listening to the arguments, I think there actually is something to this idea of Byzantine actually being or Byzantium being Roman. So perhaps something I can research in my spare time. And I think we actually, you know, if you sort of read between the lines of this goofy stream, we actually got into some interesting ideas about what a people actually is, and you know how difficult it is to actually define it. It's not merely nation, politics, geography, genetics. It's this combination, and it's actually really difficult to disentangle these things. So it was an interesting stream, I think.
So I will make my closing argument. The reason that these guys lost, no matter what Chad says, no matter what Charlemagne says.
Well, no, I agree they lost because you know I succeeded in doing lots of push-ups, and I thought about my Roman ancestors while doing.
The reason that they lost is.
I just mean intellectually, it was a good thing.
You can define a nation by place. You can define it by blood. You can define it by culture or ideology. The Byzantine Empire was not people by people with Roman blood. So that
yes, it was.
2, it physically was not in Rome. So you cannot define it by geography. And 3, it didn't have the same culture or ideology. So
yes,
on all 3, they lost. On all 3, they lost.
It's like you're a pervert.
Hey, Byzantines, don't interrupt. He's making his closing argument.
Don't misgender us. We're the Romans, thank you very much.
All right,
okay.
Don't you Menshevik us, motherfuckers.
Right, come on.
Get into any more trouble.
Go on.
As if I wasn't
D,
enough already.
make your verdict.
My verdict is that everyone lost. Because we wasted almost 2 hours with this irritating and intractable topic. The thing is, I think that it does show that there's a philosophical difference, and I don't even think we've never really even agreed on the terms of what would constitute a winning position in this debate. So I just think it's a matter of your philosophical understanding, as Charlemagne sort of said, of what constitutes a people and a culture and a continuation of civilization. So, again, I don't think that either side persuaded the other side of anything at all. So I think it really just depends. And at the end, it doesn't really matter. I mean, does it matter to the study of the history what this sort of very narrow idea of defining something as a continuation or defining Byzantine again, which is as was said is a sort of a concept dreamed up by a German. So what does it matter? It was a very interesting discussion, and I think that was the good part. But in the end, I don't think there's a winner. I think everyone, has a sort of philosophical position. And
Sorry, hang on. I have to object, right? Because I can't help but notice that the people who skimmed Wikipedia articles are on one side, and the people who have read books on this are on the other side, and these are being treated as if the ignorance of the Wikipedia article readers is as valid as the knowledge of the book readers. And it's rather frustrating because simply denying the points is not a refutation.
Breaking. Associated Press has called the debate for academic agent.
That means we...
No. Now, before
Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Before I get onto the super chats, okay, I want to say this, and I'll say it once and for all. Super chat. We've done this debate now. We spent 2 hours on it. I gave it my best shot. Okay, even if people think I lost or whatever, it will never be discussed again. If you send me super chats in any subsequent show after this one, I will ignore them. I'll still take the money, but I just won't read them out. Okay? Is everybody happy? Is everybody happy?
I'll be happy with one final request, please. I DM'd you a picture. Could you bring that up on the screen, please?
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
And I will say that the chat is right. I decided to take up the mantle of the Britisher and sit firmly on the fence. Or the Roman wall, as the case may be.
Okay. Let me just share this picture. Can you see that?
Yep. So I would just like to say, behold a Roman. That is, academic agent cannot refute that Brennus, the Gaul, sacking Rome is not a Roman.
Well, I can. Based on the fact that I defined it by blood, soil, and culture. Those are three different criteria, and you need all three. But anyway,
what was the blood of the Romans?
Being Roman.
No.
All right.
That's not true, then. Unironically, Rome was not an ethnic group.
Let me have a look then at the. Yeah, they are an ethnic group. Like Beppe Signori, that striker from the mid-90s, he was Roman, kind of blonde, and
I'm just taking this as an admission of defeat.
So let's have a look at these super chats. Then we're going to have to hit them quickly because there's quite a few. And I'll mention once again, there's currently a sale on the academic agency. The code is 12 days. You get 25% off. So Coney says, I'm proud to have been responsible for starting this whole Byzantine argument in the first place. Eastern Roman gang, rise up. I wouldn't be that proud, Coney.
Why are you
shouldn't be proud. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
Coney says, at the moment I'm playing Crusader Kings 3 as the Eastern Roman Empire. Yeah, that's a point. In Crusader Kings, do they call it Eastern Roman or do they call it Byzantium? Can't remember.
I don't play.
Mickey the Fourth says, Rome was a system of law governing noble families that ruled the plebs. It was not an ethnocentric, nor was it determined geographically. Rome was the law. Also, Rome is just an idea. It's just an idea, basically.
Well, I have actually explained to you that there is a continuity in law, not just an idea of Rome.
Yeah, I'm not sure of this idea of legal continuity, because by that basis, you could maintain the legal structures of England, transport them to Botswana, have it peopled entirely by Botswana, and still call it England. I'm not having that. It doesn't sound right. Hagnar the Viking says, unbiased history of Rome sees Eastern Roman Empire as proper, and seeing how this is the internet, and no one ever lies on it. Checkmate, Germania simp. Hagnar the Viking also says, Britisher is better than D, seeing the fact that he would never be late on such a stream as this. Furthermore, Germania delenda est. Actually, the Britisher was late all the time. More late than D often. Explosive says, the Byzantines were Greek with Roman laws. Make Anatolia Greek again. Owain says, remember who were the last true Romans? The true last Romans. The Romano-Britons, aka the Welsh. Kingdom of Gwynedd is the last true kingdom. Rhinothia de Gwynedd. Does anyone want to comment
on this? This is actually pretty funny. There's a mod for you can mod Rome Total War to allow the like British Roman rebel faction to be playable and conquer the entirety of Europe as the British Roman rebels, which is pretty funny. This reminded me of that. It's something I want to do one day on like hard mode or something.
DRC is King says, Ave Caesar, the Middle Ages lasted from the fall of Rome to the fall of Rome. Roman emperors came from Spain, Carthage, Greece, Macedon, and Armenia. Al Shayatori says, I am 100% convinced that AA is a German spy. AA is trying to propagate the ultimate historical grift developed by the Holy Roman Empire to devalue the Eastern Roman identity, not to mention your latest take on Brexit. What's my latest take on Brexit? Was it not a betrayal? I thought it was a betrayal.
Hear me all right.
But there we go. Ludwig von Lammy says AA is the Michael Barrymore of right-wing YouTube.
I'm not swimming at your place, eh?
He has broad appeal due to him covering politics, economics, philosophy, religion, history, as well as culture, and the GILFs love him too. Fuck. Who are the GILFs? GILFs? Grandmothers?
Oh, you mean
What's
GILF?
A GILF?
Do you mean GILF?
GILFF. Yeah, what's a GILF? Don't know. Oh yes, he is talking about the grannies. The grannies did love Michael Barrymore, that is true. Grammaton 3000 says Byzantine was the only true Rome. I mean, that's not true, is it? Because one, Rome wasn't in the Byzantine Empire, was it? Ace Ventura says having the ones.
It's like the last 3 hours just didn't happen, isn't it?
Well, because
I was reading, when I read Mein Kampf, right, there was this part in it that I thought was really amusing. That Hitler was complaining that he'd be arguing with Marxists, and he'd go through the entire day arguing with the Marxists and get them to understand his points and accept how they were wrong. And then the very next day, it was just boom, reset. It was as if the conversation had not happened. And I totally understand what he's talking about now.
Ace Ventura says having one CEO be the CEO of the year is like a father buying himself a best dad of the year mug. Indeed.
I'm the best dad.
Jedi Knight Adequate Cringewalker says the Harris re-education camps have a terribly high injury rate and a peculiar injury for white men in particular. Although I will say that there was many different races of disabled people in that graphic, to be fair to them.
That's a lot of brutality that the UN Women's planning to mete out, isn't it?
They don't discriminate in whose legs they break. Winter Phoenix Forest Kirin says, Sargon keeps dodging my attempt to send him an important documentary called Cannibal Gingerbread House. I hope to manage to catch him on a Lotus stream. 2 videos to induce the holiday spirit. So there you go.
I don't even know what it is, but it sounds awesome.
President-elect Joe Biden says the AP has declared that Rome has not fallen. Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. Joss the Great and Powerful says, as the man who got his bout signed and set up, as the man who got this bout signed and set up, I expect a cut of the super chats. You're all welcome. Listen, there are things that are more important than the material, Jaws the Great and Powerful. And
I was like
those
every other
those super chats,
black smoke choked the city,
those
pouring
super
into the
chats are
wicked
my
lungs and
compensation
hearts
for
of
the
the
pain
that
I've had to
breathe here.
endure
As it
for
rained
discussing
down
this
against
terrible
thousands of
topic.
window panes,
Magnus says,
the cityscape like a surreal
Magnus says the
desolation of
Rus are
piano
the
keys.
true inheritor of the Eastern Orthodox
30 years
Empire,
ago,
and thereby
came a moment
Putin
when
is the
nothing
true
changed.
Roman Emperor.
I stood
I
at the
mean,
window smoking
is that
cigarette
true?
after cigarette. My thoughts
no.
distracted
Not really.
by the memory of a
But Mickey
woman I
the Fourth
haven't
says
seen since the war's end.
Yeah.
And then I heard a knock on the
AA's
door,
flawed
just
argument
like her,
considers
just like
Rome a
30 years
nation,
ago.
which it
Come
never
in.
was. It was
The
always an
hoarse
empire.
words
Come on, man.
strained
AA,
from
you
my
can do
throat
better.
as I mechanically lifted my hand into the wall panel.
I
Metal
said
doors slid
nations are
open,
defined
noiselessly
by.
revealing a
I
slender
said
figure.
nations are defined by
Draped
three
snugly into
things:
inky black
culture,
neon dress.
the which
She
includes
stepped
history and
inside
things
her
like that.
gold-plated pipes.
Eating scones and
Glinting as they
playing
swayed,
cricket and
her
so on.
lips were a deep
It's defined
ebony
by
black,
the
her
actual
eyes,
ethnicity of the
her
people,
predatory
and it's
yellow
defined by
eyes,
the place
pierced
itself.
mine and scanned me
All
from
three are
head to
lacking
toe.
in their argument, and they have
For
yet
a
to convince me
moment, I
otherwise.
felt like they
Magnus
were
says, this is
prying my
delayed in
very soul
Latin.
from my body.
YouTube censorship.
Then I twisted my lips
Coventry
into
301
an ugly
says,
smirk.
greetings. You said
I
a while
remembered
back that
my
London is
soul
the true
was
secret
already long
capital of
gone.
America.
I left it
Please
in
could
the
you
wall
elaborate as
along
it
with
piqued
the
my
flowers
curiosity?
replaced
Thank you.
by my mother-in-law's grave.
What I would do, first of all, is I would seek
Someone
out
ought to zero
CP
me, she
Gray's
broke
video
the
on the
cells
secret
with
city of London.
attention to
Watch
movement
that
bluntness.
as your
The
first
smooth
port of call.
allure of her voice
And
drew
you will
a
see
closer.
that the City of London
My
has
mind,
different
I
laws to
never
the rest of the
noticed
country
her
and has
third
had.
hand, a
In
mistake
fact,
that
going all the way back
spelled my doom.
to
Impossible.
you know, even
I
I'm not
started
sure
at
when
the
the actual
beginning
start of it is, but
of a
I want to say it's even
roguish
pre-Norman.
grin. Who'd ever
You may
want
want
to
to
kill a
like
woman
check the
with
dates.
hooves and lips like
And
yours?
for that
And
reason,
a corpulent lass
London
wanna kill a woman
is
with
and
hips
always
and
will
lips
be
like
the true centre of the
She narrowed
pause,
her
so to speak.
impenetrable-
Jacob says a nation is a nation when
Otherwise, for a
it
moment,
believes itself
in a
distinct
world
from the
of
people around it.
blur,
Any
she now
combination
pointed
of
a machine
ethnic,
gun at me
geographical, and cultural
with a
values
rocksteady aim. You
can
don't
do
understand,
this.
she said quietly.
Yes,
her ball fixed
but
weapon between
you
my eyes.
can't
It's you.
claim to be a
Don't you
nation
remember
displaced.
anything, dear
You
brother?
can't claim
Memories
that
flashed my
England is in
nightmare
Botswana.
of the
In the
war.
same way that you
Those
cannot
obvious
claim
bloods,
that
frayed
Rome
wires,
is in
the tender
Constantinople, because
remains
it's not.
of a plush
If the
cat
English moved to Botswana,
received from
why would
Margaret
it not
just
be
2
in
days before
Botswana?
she died, and her father's last words. Words
Okay,
about
well
my
then
twin
you
sister
because
and
well
mutant
you've got two of the three. Then you've got the
birth,
people
I
and the
promised
culture,
that
right?
I'd find you.
But
All
in
too
the
late,
case
she
of the
found me.
Byzantines, you don't have any of them. They didn't have the culture.
Right,
They
the
didn't have the
green
people.
death
I think I can try and create a better comparison for you. Okay, let's not use the idea of English, but the idea of British. Okay, we have Wales, we have Ireland, we have Scotland. Let's say a king of England, I don't know, James II, decides to set up a new capital, I don't know, let's say it's in Wales. Due to some, again, foreign invasion, England is lost, but the rest of Britain remains, and it remains situated in that capital. I think that's probably the best analogy I can come up with as to what happened with the Roman Empire. They still associated with Byzantine. It had a legitimate authority, it had a legal existence, and was set up under an English king, but it didn't control the heartlands in the way it used to. Rather than having some displaced entity, thousands of miles away like Botswana.
But not only that, the people who made up the imperial apparatus moved to Constantinople.
Exactly, and this would fit into my scenario where the English go and essentially colonize Ireland, Scotland, and Wales.
Like these are still the same ethnic Romans who have gone there. They intermarry with the local population, but that doesn't make them not Roman, because they are still those same people.
I mean, look at the centuries that Wales has been under English domination.
Yes, like the same with Rome.
And you don't speak a word of Welsh.
Wales are still not English, are they? They
You
remain.
don't speak a word of Welsh, mate.
It doesn't matter. They remain Welsh.
Based on what?
Geography.
Certainly not genetics.
Geography.
Like the admixture is mad.
You see, there's three. If you can imagine a tick box with 3 criteria, you can tick any one of them, right? But you need to have one. And what I'm saying is, Byzantine Empire didn't have any. It had 0.
We've already demonstrated that.
Lies.
Just like the Marxists.
The Earl of
Nothing penetrates.
the Earl of Longford says Irish and Jewish diaspora. The Earl of
Says
Longford.
I can see why.
The Earl of
Why he was so angry.
The Earl of Longford says, Irish and Jewish diaspora. Terry Pratchett Book Nation makes good argument for it being culture and tradition. Also, AA support the elevation of aristocracy. DRC is King says, the better question is the Falklands English? If you stand in the Falklands, are you in England?
Yes.
Yes.
Mickey the Fourth, I'd say no.
Have you ever seen a picture of the Falklands?
I'd say no. I'd say you would, you're not. And also, you're not if you're in Gibraltar. You're in the Falklands or Gibraltar.
Okay, but I've been to Gibraltar, and my father served in the Falklands, not in the war, but do tours of duty. And you couldn't describe it as being of any other country. It wouldn't make sense, and no one would believe you. If you just Google a picture of the Falklands, and it looks like just some regular street from a regular town in England with red telephone boxes and the same street signs. It's all the same, and it's all English-speaking people who have moved there from England. And so
I don't know, Carl. It's pretty close to Argentina. I think Las Malvinas.
Sorry, I don't. Sorry, no. I don't recognise the colonial designation. No, hang on. I don't recognise the colonial designation of Argentina. The proper name is the West Falklands. So, where were we? Right. So the Falklands proper are definitely English, and the West Falklands are English in potential. As in, we'll get to it.
I'm just looking at some pictures of the Falklands now to see what you're. Okay, alright. Okay, you could play a Smith soundtrack on that and pretend you're in England, I suppose.
Pretend.
Alright, let's...
But again, you're how are you defining what the thing is, though? You know,
well, I suppose, in fairness, you've got 2 out of the 3 there, don't you? You've got the people, which is the blood, and you've got the culture. So maybe you don't need the location then, because you've got 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, so bringing up Argentina is interesting because there is a huge West Falklands. Sorry, Carl. There is a huge population of Welsh there. In fact, there are more Welsh-speaking people in West Falklands than there are in Wales.
True.
True.
So, are they Welsh or are they Argent? I mean, are they? Yeah.
I think.
Are the Welsh in Wales?
I think you'll find. I think
if you have 2 of the, if you have 2
descendants of Romans, that Argentina is the new Rome.
If you have 2 of the 3, if you've got the people who are clearly ethnically of the place, and you've got the culture, then you can probably transport it, right? You can say, okay, well, we'll set up England in the Falklands then, okay? You don't need the geography, but if you don't have 2 out of the 3, and as I demonstrated, you had, quote unquote Roman emperors walking around,
quote unquote. Explain.
Not speaking in the tongue of the Romans, but speaking some other language, not
you never
adopting the ways of the Romans, adopting the ways of the Romans, doing their own kind of culture.
Radicalizing me, AA, for the love of God.
There we go.
Okay, let's carry on.
And also, I seem to have triggered a small Welsh hobbit in the chat. I'm sorry, O'Wine.
Where are we? Gosh, I've lost now.
Purgatory, that's where we are.
There are quite a few super chats here. I have to find them now. My gosh. I was quite impressed by how English the Falklands look, though. That was quite good. That's the most convincing point you've made, Sargon. that the Falklands look quite English.
The Constantinople looked quite Roman. in the same way.
No, it didn't though, did it?
Yes, it did.
Let's go to Dee's argument of the architecture.
It was literally Rome. They called it the Second Rome. Nova Rome.
Look at the architecture.
Hey, have you heard of the Circus Maximus? Do you realise the same building was essentially transplanted and was the main focal point for the city?
They used the same goddamn architects. It was their empire. They were building a new city.
And the Theodosian walls looked like the Aurelian walls of Rome.
Constantinople had very distinctive art styles and architecture, which was not
because it was ancient. It lasted for over 1,000 years. But when the Romans built it, it just looked like a new Rome, which is what they called it. They didn't get the name Constantinople till way down the line.
It's like a McDonald's franchise by the sounds of it. Okay, so let's carry on going.
Yeah, it is.
Mickey IV said, blood was very important to the Romans, blood of the Roman family. They did not see themselves as ethnicity, family, and owned land mattered. So you're saying the land mattered and the blood mattered?
The land was owned by the blood.
So the blood and soil mattered then?
To the Romans, yeah. But that soil didn't have to be. I mean, like, they would own places everywhere. Like,
that soil could be anywhere. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the blood could be any blood. The blood could be any blood.
No, the blood had to be their family blood. The blood had to be their family blood, but they would own lots of soil.
Aminunus Melon says the cells in the human body change every 7 years. Should we rename ourselves?
Not all of the cells. That's not true. There are certain cells, including brain cells, that don't change every 7 years.
Lol, BTFO.
Mickey IV says, yes, Rome was the idea of the universal empire with divine right to rule over all with just law. And Mickey IV says, entire AA premise of Roman nationhood is a straw man. Magnus says, AA's argument seeds of Americanism. Americanism?
Yes. Yeah, get wrecked.
Where's my Americanism? What's the Americanism in my argument?
The failure to be able to identify the holistic picture of what the Roman Empire.
I gave you very stable definitions, and you failed to tick any of my 3 boxes.
You tried to give extremely legalistic, logical, legalistic, specific arguments to a thing that doesn't fit the argument itself. You can't.
But we were also able to provide legalistic arguments in addition to the cultural.
That is also true, which you rejected out of hand.
It was a very American style, I would agree.
Ludwig von Lammy says, well, does that make me American? I don't know. Ludwig von Lammy.
You tell us.
Because, I eat a lot of burgers. I style myself. I use American-style logic, apparently. So, does that make me an honorary American? I don't know.
Yeah, you have the girth. You have the girth of an American.
I'm very invested in their election. Ludwig von Lammy says, Sargon, Japan has a population of 127 million. If 40 million Chinese, 40 million Nigerians, 40 million Egyptians, 40 million Mexicans, and 40 million Italians move to Japan, is Japan still Japan?
Well, I mean, it's going to be culturally very confused, isn't it? But I'm not exactly an advocate of multiculturalism. So. But I think the Japanese would probably have to work very, very hard to incorporate them. I don't think it'd be possible. I think you'd end up getting colonies.
Your argument, though, is if they maintained the same legal structures, it would still be Japan.
Nope.
That was Keith's argument. Keith, that was your argument.
No, it wasn't. My argument was a combination.
Yeah, but I would support Keith by adding various cultural and familial even, as well as various other sort of traditions. Again, the incorporation is possible, but when you get ridiculous numbers, obviously it doesn't happen.
Jelly Knight Anna Quinn Cringewalker says, by 400 AD, before the sack of Rome, the city's population had already dropped to a few thousand. The bureaucracy had moved east. Household Dog says, why did Plato's chicken cross the road? Emily Nephilim says, is Chinatown China? Booyakasha, Emily, with high IQ.
What is Chinatown if not an extension of China?
Is Chinatown China?
Well, what does it look like? France? Wales? Is it merry old England? Of course, it looks like China. It's populated by Chinese people, doing Chinese things, speaking Chinese. Oh no, this is very English.
is Chinatown, China.
That's the point of it. That's how we identify it. We call it Chinatown.
This is madness.
Yeah,
Okay,
They don't have Chinatowns in China.
Let's go around the panel with this. So this is madness. I'm not accepting this. Chinatown in London is in London. The Chinatown in San Francisco is in San Francisco, and the one in New York is part of New York. They're not
Why call them
China.
Chinatown.
Because there's loads of
There is
Chinese
a component of this argument which I accept, but I actually don't use this argument because when it comes to Constantinople in particular, there were large foreign quarters there. There were the Venetians, there were the Genoese, etc., involving actually a famous massacre there. And I don't accept that these were essentially enclaves of Venice and Genoa and any other sort of thing other than the cultural sense. Legally, Chinatown would exist within England, but of course that doesn't really matter anyway because Rome existed legally as Rome.
I find this a very odd. I find it a very odd argument to claim that Chinatown is China.
Well,
it's Chinese. But it's Chinese, but it's not China.
Just because a place smells like prawns and is filled with rude people who push you around the streets doesn't make it China.
So, if we're using Scruton's 3 categories, I think that what we have is essentially all is required is 2 out of 3 to essentially complete the third, right? So in the case of the Falklands, it was the traditional inheritance and the legal sort of cultural. What were the 3 categories apart from geography? What were the other 2?
So ideology, geography, the blood.
Right. Blood. So yeah, the ethnicity. So the tradition. Yeah. So you have 2 of those in the Falklands, but you don't have the geography. And yet, when you're looking at the Falklands, the Falklands, they look just like a piece of England to you, right? So the pressures of the 2 change the third, I think, is a fair way of looking at this. And so if you've got enough pressures to create the third part, then I think it's fair to call it that. So if you've got you've got people of Chinese heritage, and they are creating something that ends up looking like China. Okay, they don't have the geography of China, but they have the traditions, the cultural inheritance, and they have the ethnicity. Well, that is an extension of China. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not bad.
I think we've hit on the fact, though. What's the difference between Chinatown and the Falklands? And it is the government, isn't it? The Chinese in Chinatown still have to use. Well, if they're in London, they have to use pounds. If they're in New York, they have to use dollars. And if somebody sues them, they go to an American court or a British court here, right? Whereas in the Falklands, they have government essentially derived from our government in London, right? The jurisdiction is part of British jurisdiction, so that is important. So I would say Falkland is more towards being England than Chinatown is towards being China, and that is a step towards accepting part of Keith's argument. Okay.
But what happens when you start importing Sharia law and religious police into your nation, and that starts to become a part of your official governmental?
It doesn't even have to be official. They can be unofficial, like the Sharia courts. Like the Sharia courts don't have any force in law, but you can bet your fucking ass that loads of these people in these communities respect them as if they did. So.
I will carry on. That was a good super chat though. It's Chinatown, China. All the top philosophical ones on this. I'm glad this is a kind of festive, New Year stream, I guess. Where are we? Okay, so Sargon, not your fan, but my boy, you nailed it. Says Michael Crow.
Well, thank you. Maybe you should reconsider.
Sam153 says, just got here, but can't wait to hear the arguments on replay. 30 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much for that. When he says, the song lost its capital in the north, despite this geographic loss.
Yes.
The institutional contiguity meant the remaining land was still considered Song.
Yes, I was thinking of actually bringing up this argument, but I didn't think it was actually necessary in the end. northern China was occupied by the Mongols, the Jin dynasty, and essentially was conquered by the Yuan. But it existed as an entity in a different place for 200 years, and it was still Chinese.
I mean, is China Mongolia?
You tell us.
I don't know.
You tell me. Well, I mean, was it not the case that I mean, people will have to remind me that after Genghis Khan died, didn't he parcel out the kingdom to his 4 sons, and didn't they just kind of dissolve back into China after a while?
No, not really. A grandson, Kublai Khan, actually established a Chinese dynasty ruled by Mongolians called the Yuan.
But the thing is, Kublai Khan was descended of, he was Mongol of descent.
Is that
right?
Okay.
So again, AA, like, is that Chinese or is that Mongol?
Well, you tell me. You're the ones who.
No, it's clear. It's clear to me.
Byzantine Empire.
It was foreign It was a foreign occupation masquerading as Chinese. That's what it was. With the Roman Empire, there was a continuity in the people and the history that didn't exist with Yuan.
Was Kublai Khan not of a Chinese race?
I don't know that.
I'm just checking.
I think the situation with the Mongolians is similar.
Oh no, she was.
What
I think his
Alexander
mother
did.
was Mongolian.
Find that.
Yeah, she was a karate. Yeah, she was a great princess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, he was of purely Mongolian stock.
And Xanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome degree. Yes.
Yeah, I love that. Utis says this whole question is a reflection of Westerners seeing the death in their civilization, and wanting to believe even after its death it will continue.
Yep.
So spiritually, that's what you guys are doing. You're trying to say it doesn't matter if we have to flee to Croatia, we can recreate England there, right?
What choice are we gonna have?
Yes, that sounds better than just whatever the alternative is.
You already did it once in America. We got you covered. Don't worry.
It'll just be
I've been moving
Anglo-Saxons
that
in the
too.
woods again. It's fine.
Journeyman says Sargon's idea of nationality is similar to that of someone arguing for gender fluidity, vague and without definition, borders. Yes, thank you, Journeyman.
You can't just self-identify as Roman. That's never our position.
Yeah,
your
that's not our
position
position.
from the start was, if I self-identify as Roman, there Rome stands. That's basically
Even the successor empires who self-identified as Roman had some sort of legalistic or dynastic basis, like the Russians or the Ottomans.
Like they're not strangers who just liked the look of Rome and came over and decided to act like Romans.
They don't look very Roman to me. Jedi Knight Anna Quinn Cringewalker says the background section of the EU Wikipedia starts with the Roman Empire. By Carl's definition, the EU is the restored Roman Empire. Exactly, Jedi Knight Anna Quinn Cringewalker.
No. It might be if you're going to claim any sort of, I don't know. First of all, that's nonsense. But if you're going to claim some sort of geography, maybe the Empire of the Carolingians is more appropriate. Definitely not the Roman Empire.
But that was AA's argument, not mine. My argument is not predicated on geography at all.
My argument's not predicated on geography. What I'm saying is, if you want to have a clear definition, it has to be one of those 3 things. And you guys didn't pick one of those 3 things.
Yes, but we didn't need to. We got all 3 of them.
You picked, quote, continuity as your
No, that was
your
the 4th
metric.
one. That was the 4th one. This is the idea of beyond a nation, but the idea of a legally continuous state. It also satisfied
But
these
materially
requirements
as
for
well. In every respect, the Eastern Roman Empire was materially a continuation of the Roman
Precisely,
Empire.
yeah.
Not just it was in spirit, in law, and in material, including manpower.
DRT is king says, so if land that had been part of Rome from before Caesar, sure, if Britain fell and ruled the empire from Canada or the Falklands, it would be British.
Sure.
Yes. In fact, that was even hypothesized as a worst-case scenario of World War II.
Hence me saying, if the British government moved in exile to Hong Kong, it would still be British. It wouldn't be the English, the ethnic group of the English. It'd be the ethnic group of the Hong Kongese, whatever form of Chinese that is. But it would still be British, and it would still be the government.
It feels wrong to me. Instinctively, it feels wrong.
You started this argument saying you were going to win on facts and logic, and we would use pathos.
Well, yes, and I'm saying my instinct is my instinct is to say that is wrong. I haven't post hoc rationalized the reason for it yet.
That's even worse.
Look at all this.
You haven't
super
even
chats. Look at
rationalised the
all
reason
these
yet.
super chats.
Hey, you have
Oh,
become what you
Just
thought.
my feelings say no.
So many
You're like,
super
you're the one
chats.
Well, let me tell you why it feels wrong. I'll tell you why it feels
Oh,
wrong.
please.
Right, you're in Hong Kong. You're eating crispy duck and prawns and so on. It smells of prawns. In fact, that was my experience of going to Hong Kong. I could barely breathe because the air is so thick with that.
It really does. I've been there as well. It really does smell.
And when I first got there, I was like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna, said to the person I was with, I'm not sure if I can stick this for 3 days. Like, how are we gonna survive? I thought I was gonna suffocate. Honestly, it's that strong prawn smell. Okay.
Okay.
All of these things are very distinctive to that place, and that's people. Okay. So you'd have to replace the entire population of Hong Kong, as well as the government, to
Well, let me
turn
ask you.
Hong Kong
Let me ask you a
into-
question. Let me ask you a question. You get really annoyed at the food vendors in Hong Kong, right? Say you're on a drunken rampage. You go and smash one of their food stalls up, saying, "Look, I hate prawns. I'm sick of them." The police don't just beat your head in and then disappear you forever and leave you in a cell to rot. Is that a Chinese characteristic, or is that a British characteristic?
What? He's narrow-minded, won't ever understand the truth and set him free.
I think he might know what's best for himself.
I have to think about that. I have to think about it.
Risk it a lot. Could lose a lot. Or by liberating
I'll have to think about it because
could become more than a lipstick-wearing
we're getting to the
butler.
point. You're getting to the point where you're saying, "Oh well, just get some Chinese guards to act in a civilized way, and that make it English," which just doesn't sound very convincing to me.
There's no intonation there that you're giving it, right? You're giving this kind of an intent that is just not present. What I'm saying is that Hong Kong is a product of Britain colonizing the world, right? right? And so you can't separate it from the history of Britain. You just can't do it. And so if the British government were to move to Hong Kong, you're right, they wouldn't be in England, but they would still be the British government by continuity of the history of Britain.
Hey, can I ask you a question, just out of curiosity? Do you associate Italy with Rome?
No, I mean, I would say Italy has got a rather interesting history of city-states, and what's the guy's name? Mazzini, and bringing, who's the guy who brought it all together as a nation? Yeah. So I mean, yeah, the idea of Italy and Italians is a tricky one, I would say. There, I would say regionality comes into play in a bigger way than it may do in some other nations. The differences between North and South there are probably even bigger than they are in this country.
It's also like the question of, are the current inhabitants of Greece, are they continuation of Greece? No, I mean, they're not the same people at all.
Who are the people who are currently in Greece?
The current Greek.
Is that
current
fair?
Greece.
I'm not sure if that's
Balkans.
Yeah, I would say there is a very big difference there, as far as I know.
The
Perhaps
people
I'm wrong.
currently in Greece are just like the genetic leftovers of Europe.
You're the contractor who purged
I disavow. I mean,
well done, the contractor.
Okay, so we're going to keep on going with this.
Come on, Johnny.
Harris Remen says Justinian the Great spoke Latin. Yeah, but I had Justinian the Second there. Justinian the Second wasn't great, was he? He had a metal nose. Got his ass kicked.
No, that's Justin you were saying, and Justin was Justinian the Great's father. So no, he didn't speak Greek, he spoke Latin.
No, I had a picture of Justinian the Second. They were just calling him Justin as a kind of nickname.
Well, there was no Justin, so if you get confusing there, I know nothing about the bloody nose.
Thanks.
Jedi Knight Anakin Cringe Walker says Hong Kong was founded by the British. There was no city there before. It is British. They speak English in the Hong Kong Parliament. Patrick says, yeah, but nobody who went to Hong Kong would say it's England. Nobody would. They can have exactly the same governmental style, and you can have that continuity there, but it doesn't matter. If you've been to Hong Kong, In fact, I would go as far as to say I'm a pretty well-travelled chap. I have never experienced such a culture. What do they call it? Culture shock. As I did when I arrived in Hong Kong. Partly because I was expecting it to be more kind of familiar than it was, and it was one of the strangest places I've ever been. I don't know if anybody else has been to Hong Kong, but I found it like pretty culturally different rather than similar. It was like, shit, we're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy.
It also depends on where you go in Hong Kong, but yes, I mean.
Whereas I've been to places like in deepest, darkest, like the deep south in America, for example, where I went to like a little tea room in Missouri, right? And I was like, okay, this is weird, but also it was more familiar. Like it was more familiar. So, in a strange way, the deep south is closer to England than Hong Kong is. In my experience, right? Because and who knows what the reasons for that is, right? But I would say that neither of them were England. Patrick says this basically comes down to will to identity and/or place, and why were you using the definition of nation to define an empire? I mean, I would say that as a valid point.
That's just a valid point, and I have
nation empire thing.
Yeah, I've tried not to associate the idea of a nation and empire as being synonymous, hence the legal conception of empire. I mean, even just turning to what the Romans refer to themselves as, I think there's a difference between being Romanos in the sense that you are a denizen of the city of Rome, as opposed to the Romaioi, or I know this is going to sound even more confusing, but Romanian is an etymology that could be referred to them.
DRT is king, so if a land has been part of Rome from before Caesar, no, we did that one. George says, where do Carl and AA stand on the question of the ship of Theseus? Also, Eritrea is a graphic illustration of what we lost when Chaz was shut down.
Well, the ship of Theseus is exactly the question that we're answering and discussing here. I'm on the side of, yes, it is the ship of Theseus, because, again, it comes down to the continuity of the item. Whereas AA is saying, no, it was the planks of wood that made it special. I disagree. I think that the ship of Theseus is about what the meaning we imbue into it. And the purely materialistic view that is the planks of wood that make up the ship is kind of, I don't know, outing him as a secret communist, I think, really.
White Raven.
I'm so glad I managed to get that in there, actually.
Hold on a second. Yeah, White Raven 7278 says, the problem here is the Rome that AA is talking about stopped existing once they adopted the Greek gods, which was before even Caesar. They stopped existing once their first emperor wasn't born in Rome.
Well, now we're approaching one of the dumbest things said on this amazing stream.
Well, it's dumb on multiple levels because the Romans inherited their gods through the Etruscans as well as from the Greeks, so by that definition, Rome never existed at all.
Based.
Panama Hat says, a powerful return to form after months of unwatchable election ananasy. So another classical debate. Was Greco-Roman bacteria Greek or Bactrian? Benjamin Root says the best unpopular opinion since 1453. Owen Kapler says, with AA's geography trumps all rule, you have to say that modern Italy is actually still the Roman Republic because it has the same land ancestry.
Except for the Lombards.
Same city.
Same city, same capital.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, can I point out?
Yeah,
sorry, I refer to the modern Italian state as the ultimate larpers. Honestly, come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Italian reunification is just a total failure.
I know.
Why did
same as Germany,
really?
Mussolini roar on Rome and the idea of Rome in his ideology?
Well, it was completely false, as was proven by how useless the Italians were in the Second World War.
Why did he do what? AA, sorry?
Why did Mussolini draw on like the mythology and the idea of Rome in his myth making?
I mean, what else do Italians have going for them?
Yeah, what else is he gonna say?
Well, any any other sort of point in history, they would have to look again, like you said, AA, before regional history, because I honestly don't view, the modern unification of Italy as a success in any real sense. I mean, they have to point to something again, like Rome, which is really the only precedent of united Italy, other than going to the Ostrogoths, which doesn't really count.
So you're saying it was just made up? It was fake? There's no continuity.
Italian nationalism. In a sense, again, I don't buy it. I just think it's a conglomeration of regions. I mean, like Metternich said, it's just a geographical expression.
So Mussolini was LARPing, but the dude in Constantinople in 1215 was not LARPing, in your view?
Yes.
Well, considering 1215, the Byzantine Empire was usurped by the Latins, that doesn't really apply.
I heard this weird long scream.
Owen Kapler says, Narco Republican says, I'm going to destroy your arguments with facts and logic. Proceeds to attack some random Quora posts while taking foundations for debunking. Well, I did say at the outset,
using his feelings.
I was never going to take this debate seriously, as I told you. But I still think we've uncovered some interesting things, along the way, right?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Yes, Rome is the friends. Rome is the friends we made along the way. Yeah.
And speaking of friends, like Italy in the First World War, I'm officially switching sides to the Byzantium is Rome. I'm on team winner here.
Oh, brilliant.
Murdoch Hancock says, Anglo land belongs to the Celts' blood and soil. Get out, you German interlude.
Come and fucking take it.
Keith Ray says, weren't the first Romans Greek immigrants? Of course, Eastern Rome is Roman. Magnus says, AA is an obvious Sasanian propagandist and should be thrown out and laughed at for his attempt.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, the pernicious Sassanid blood flows in your veins.
Khosrau II is alive and well.
Yeah.
Mickey the Fourth says, if the British Empire still existed, Hong Kongers would call themselves the subjects of the British Empire. No, they would not be English. Nation X Empire, FFFS. He's saying that nation and empire are the same thing. Mighty Balzac says, those who call themselves the Romans, they go to the house, foundations of Latin when? I can reveal that there will be no foundations of Latin. I can also reveal that foundations of logic, when it does come, will be a serious course, not a kind of mess around as I have done. I've just played with logic in this debate rather than actually demonstrated it. Utis says a trans man thinks of himself as a man, therefore he is a man. A Byzantine and a Byzantine is a Roman. Perhaps Indians are British if they think it's so. Yes. What do you have to say about
transitioned? They were never not that thing. So a woman who thinks of herself, a female who thinks of herself as a woman, has always been a female. A Byzantine is actually the thing you're trying to transition them into.
Mm.
Patrick says this basically comes to. Oh, we did that one. Okay. Animus Melon says Rome is a gestalt entity, a kind of betweenness that emerges from multiple factors but cannot be reduced to any one of them. Context is important. I mean, would you agree with that comment?
I think you could say that for any national or ethnic group. Any kind of culture, really.
Narco Republican says this moving on sounds like we won the argument. I mean, have you never seen me in a debate before? I always say moving on. I'm just trying to end the stream. Dusty Time says, why is a blood and soil argument so controversial?
Because Nazis.
I mean, when they were talking about the Third Reich, were they LARPing as well, do you think? What was their continuity there with the...
Very little continuity. I mean, like the idea, again, of Germany as a consolidated, centralized state. I mean, I don't think there's ever really been a historical precedent for that, ever. Not even, going back to ancient history.
Yeah, Germany is probably one of the greatest failures of all time in terms of trying to create a coherent nation state out of a land area.
Froggy says, what about the Falklands? Oh, I think we've talked about that. Because it's 167 says, blood and soil is just an idea, man.
Checkmate.
I mean, that's not true, though, is it? There is objectively a mountain, and there are objectively bloodlines, as I've talked about.
The very notion of objectively is just an idea.
The Earl of Longford says, had the exact same conversation with an American, offended by suggesting my Australian friend is an Aussie, despite growing up here. The word has different meanings, depending on the context, legality, culture, language, and ethnicity. Reconquista UK says, the globalization of Rome begins with the aftermath of the social war in the late Republic. First, the Italian allies, and increasingly others, drop a Roman from the time of Cincinnatus in Augustus's principate, and he becomes a stranger. Do you agree with that?
And horrified. Cincinnatus famously stepped down from the dictatorship and went and became a farmer after being the dictator of Rome. This is why Cincinnati is named after him, right? To then drop him 500 years in the future and be like, oh, here's a principate, by the way. So a perpetual dictator rules over Rome. He'd be furious. It would be like George Washington being dumped 200 years in the future now and finding that America had a king.
Upper Groupafura John Smith says, just wondering why some of your live streams have gone behind a paywall. Specifically, Cigar Stream 58 Kennedy election and Cigar Stream 60 Weimar Republic. Well, John Smith, all of the streams go behind a paywall after a certain amount of time. And there are different tiers, and you get back episodes if you belong to different ones. I think Unpopular Opinions is on the lowest one, and the Cigar Stream is on the next one up. So, yes. Ace Ventura says, is Christianity Roman? It started in Rome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a argument you could be made that it wasn't actually technically the first Christian state. Armenia was, but Nicene Christianity, as we understand it, which gave us Orthodoxy and Catholicism, and therefore Protestantism and everything that came after it, started in the Roman Empire.
And really, I think you'd call it Greek. It seems to be a Greek reading of Eastern religion.
John Smith says the links work fine after about a week, but then all of a sudden, anytime you play the video, you would get the message, this is available to channel members only. Yeah, so the streams are typically available for a week or two, and then they go behind the paywall. It's been like that for ages now. So yeah, the best time to watch the streams is, if you don't want to become a channel member, is either try to catch them live or catch it on the replay within the week. Lucius Brutus says Byzantines were Roman. Timothy Mayer says you can be Iranian Shia Muslim, raised in London, England, living in Houston, Texas for decades. These cultures are not and can't be mutually exclusive. Jedi Knight Anakin Cringewalker says Venice is in Italy, conquered Constantinople, speaks Latin and was a republic. There is no way to deny their Romanness. The Emperor even admitted this. Wan He says the song lost its capital in the north, despite this. Oh, we did that one. Mr. Gently Benevolent says, how many members of the panel are trucks? Benjamin Root says, joking aside, this is by far the best you owe in more than a year.
No.
I mean,
Is it that bad?
I'm not sure about that. Reconquista UK says all of AA's arguments against Byzantium also apply to the Roman Empire from the time of Augustus.
Yep.
Why is that then? Why do all of my arguments against Byzantium apply to Augustus? Tell me.
Well, you made the argument, didn't you, that I think it was one of the I don't know, supposed low IQ takes you took up, that the empire become Easternized and it become monarchical when you have this idealized conception of Rome as a republic.
Yes, but Augustus had a trump that was lacking by the Justins. Augustus had a trump. Augustus had a trump.
Recognized it. Tarquin wouldn't
What was this? Right.
The only thing you have left
Billy,
is the
Billy, you at the back. You at the back there. What was the trump that Augustus had that was lacking with Justinian and all those other guys? What was the trump that Augustus had? Anyone? He was sitting in Rome.
Justinian owned Rome.
Murdoch Hancock says, look at Teddy Roosevelt.
By the way,
No
the
room-
Trump card applies very well to Belisarius if you're going to bring up Byzantines.
Literally, Justinian reconquered Rome.
Murdoch Hancock says, look at Teddy Roosevelt. No room in this country for hyphenated American speech. It is very interesting. It's interesting. I haven't read that speech, but maybe we'll look at it in another stream. The Earl of Longford says, Sargon conceding gender study professors are right. I mean, it's kind of...
Again, there's no continuity between a male being a male and then saying I'm a female. Like, that's a break in the continuity. And that's not what occurs in the Byzantine Empire. So it's actually the opposite. You're the one suggesting that, I think. I'm suggesting the opposite.
DRT is King says, Imperator Carl I, Ave Sargon, glory to the Akkadian. I hope AA enjoyed living in the Kingdom of London, since the capital is important. Base Kinker 14 says, is Liberia a continuity of the USA? Anyone?
I mean, it was a product of the USA. Like, I mean, it depends what sense you mean continuity, but it's an independent state, and I think it was founded as an independent state, wasn't it? It wasn't meant to be like an imperial American holding or anything.
Zumatia says, Bob Dylan cigar stream when? Well, I don't think it ever, but the Deepest Law would be a very good venue for Bob Dylan. I have a theory that there is a lot of reactionary elements in Bob Dylan's lyrics, even going back to the 60s. And so there could be many Bob Dylan streams. So yes, I wouldn't rule out doing a Deepest Law. However, the other day Pharaoh sent me about like 20 ideas for Deepest Law streams, so maybe we'll work through all of them first and then do a Bob Dylan one. Jedi Anakin Cringewalker says, the Greek city-state conquered by Mehmet II was not Roman. The Eastern Roman Empire conquered by the French was, and France inherited it by conquest. 99 Iron Duke says, I mean, presumably Keith agrees with that to some extent, surely, because...
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, he says the Greek city-state conquered by Mehmet II was not Roman. The Eastern Roman Empire conquered by the French was, and France inherited it by conquest.
The total opposite of this position.
Conquered by the French? It wasn't conquered by the French. It was conquered by a multinational force under the leadership, ultimately, of the Venetian fleet. And to just call it French, I mean, that's like calling, the Kingdom of Jerusalem French or whatever. It doesn't suit the time whatsoever. I mean,
think
the only...
has a better claim.
Yeah.
Timothy Mayer says the US dollar has descended from the Holy Roman Empire by way of Bohemia and Spain. Therefore, American currency is Roman, and America is Rome.
Yes.
99 Iron Duke says Eastern European General Belarusius reconquered Rome for the Romans in 536 AD.
He did.
Jedi Knight Anna Quinn Cringewalker says, as Constantine was elected emperor by the British, not the Senate, and then he moved the capital east, the Byzantine Empire is thus not Roman but British.
It is, starting York.
Brian H says Botswana can be English without being England. Lord Albine says Mr. D cookbook when?
Oh, okay, another one. All right.
Owen Kapler says, I'm going to make a video summarising this debate and the problems I saw from both sides. Can I super chat on super videos promoting it?
Why would you do that?
Owen Kapler. Okay, but that's the only super chat I will read as regards this stream. Okay, no others, unless you're going to also make a video. But I do not want to start a trend of videos on this topic. Earl of Longford, and I don't want to see AA owned by Sargon of Akkad in the
destroyed.
Carl's only ever debate win. No, I'm joking. The Earl of Longford says, Your Majesty, if England is lost, I'm coming to invade Wales and Scotland to impose my language, religion, tradition, and distinct genes. Tikot Allah. Recon East UK says neither genetics nor culture, but ancestral, physical, and cultural inheritance, permitting the odd adoption and acquisition.
Wake up.
Architect of Fate says, in fact, I mean, I don't want to mention this now, but I might do a stream on Hobbit, Lord of the Rings soon as well, because many interesting things have emerged watching these this time round.
Dude,
like,
I can't believe you have anything positive to say about The Hobbit.
Well,
I mean,
I'm thinking less in terms of reviewing the films and more in terms of like some of the things they threw up. For example, did Bilbo going on the quest effectively take the Shire from him in his own mind? Because when he goes back, he's obviously changed, and he can't like associate with the people around him.
Yeah, he got phased and red pilled.
He's changed forever, basically. But the thing, the question is, right? Bilbo loves the Shire with all his heart, but
looks like this
he's forever changed, and therefore can't like love it as he used to when he goes back, because he's changed.
That's the central beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring, isn't it? You know, he longs for adventure. He's written the Unexpected Tales, and he's going off to live in Rivendell. So.
But because I was
careful
trapped
what you
in the
wish for,
subnet,
you just might get it.
It's just an interesting question. Like, if you took, let's say you took Morgoth, right, and who loves the Shire, and you sent him on an adventure around the world, and he came back, like, would that rob him of the thing that he loved, even though he wanted to get back there? Because his adventures have changed. It's kind of an interesting question.
Well, no, to take something away from someone implies a will behind it. And if the will is his own, then what he did is voluntarily gave it up. But through ignorance, I guess you'd say.
I'll show you a few net
Let's have a look. Architect of Fate says, Sargon, I understand how the last German Führer felt in Mein Kampf. AA, you're wrong. Rome is blood, soil, and culture. Jedi Knight,
it's the city of Rome.
Jedi Knight Anakin Grinchwalker says, Korea surprisingly preferred trade with the Byzantines and Japan over China. It imported cataphract armor, swords, food, the crown, was also Byzantine in origin. Therefore, Korea is the true heirs of Rome.
I am closing the contract.
Kalja says, you made Carl identify with the Austrian painter, AA, deviously played.
Not identifying with him, but I just didn't understand what he was talking about. I was like, no one could be so impervious to reason as to literally drive a man to genocide, and suddenly I've met someone who's that impervious to reason.
Owain says, whilst there is a successful Welsh colony in the West Falklands, Wales still has far more Welsh speakers. The true heirs to the Western Rome, Cambria Eternium. Ian Jordian Sivo says, you also require the centres of culture creation. Eastern Rome had major urban centres that supported the creation of new culture, which is how it evolved away from its pagan past. Ian Giorgio Silvio also says, the Falklands are British, but they would not remain so for long if England became Muslim, because they don't have sufficient native culture creation to carry it forward. Not the case with Eastern Rome. Mr. Gently Benevolent says, is my local kebab shop a rock?
Very good, very good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, any answers to that question?
That's probably Turkish.
Narco Republican says, continuity is important, but at what point is California no longer American? Discriminatory laws, decadent values, inclusive language, and foreigners.
Well, incidentally, I think the people who say, well, America is an idea, are actually doing everyone a great service without realizing it. Because if America is an idea, then what it is an idea of republicanism, which is predicated on the idea of private property rights, which means that if America as an idea is to survive, any ideas that go against private property rights should actually be stamped out with extreme prejudice and essentially considered treason, right? It should be, if America is an idea, then any philosophies that would seek to overthrow the American Republic or the idea of property ownership on which it's founded are treasonous. And so California has essentially seceded.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I hope it does. I want USA to split in two at this point.
No, I don't want it to split. I want to reconquer all of it.
Or conquer
exactly.
California. Okay.
We need an American Justinian.
All of this balkanization nonsense is a bunch of crap. I
Loser
refuse to
talk.
cede any territory to commies or otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hussein Badachankai says, if you don't recognize Wurzel Gummidge, you aren't British. This is why West China declared independence from Lundistan. Has anybody seen that new Wurzel Gummidge, by the way? That's scary. He looks more like what's that pirate film with bloody? What was the pirate? The Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, he looks like something out of Pirates of the Caribbean. I watched a bit of that the other day, and there's also like a woman in it who's like the front of a ship. Very strange. Mickey the Fourth says the Greeks today are all over the place. There are still some remnants. I have a Greek friend who traces his noble family heritage 700 years back. Ludwig von Lammy says, question for the panel. When indigenous Brits become an ethnic minority in Britain in 2066, will Britain still be British? Will Britain still be Britain? Can anyone be British? Well, hold on. You say according to AA. I said there were 3 criteria.
Moving on.
By the way, 99 Iron Duke has said that he sent a $10 super chat and you missed it.
Oh my gosh, how am I going to find that?
I don't know. But he seemed quite put out by it.
Yeah, he says, Emperor Caracalla made all free men in the Roman Empire Roman citizens. Educated Romans always spoke Latin and Greek. The Eastern Roman Empire was Roman, he says.
True.
Yeah, that's correct.
Damn it. There needs to be more people on my side.
By the way, this happened 300 years before the supposed end of the Western Roman Empire.
Yeah.
This was
and despite the fact that Caracalla was described as the common enemy of mankind.
But he was also from Libya, where his father, Septimus Severus, was. So, was he Roman?
Yeah.
Kind of hot
You know what? This
Very
whole
nice
stream,
pasta.
this whole stream is me pointing out straight facts, and you all with a QI klaxon, smugly laughing as like Stephen Fry. You know, this is all of you.
This is all projection.
What's it like to be? Is it Alan Dale?
Okay.
Alan Davis, that's it.
Yes.
I like Alan.
Tony says, Mexican living in the US makes me American, not Mexican. We Americans are not Brits. That's why we had to beat you back. Yeah, exactly. Take that. Jacob says, Tony can F off with his proposition nation nonsense. The US was British ethnically and is British in law.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, mostly. It's not British ethnically anymore.
Yeah. No, not much of it is, yeah.
PH Divius Aurelianus says, Carl is right. See Roman land by Caldalis. See Ando for imperial prop plus mutual ideological investment in the empire. AA doesn't understand late empire and Romanus over time. Very anachronistic and then he's just put grad student. Oh, he's a grad student, sorry. Okay. Chris Lutu says, AA, please turn this into a series. Next, prove that America isn't British. I am not turning this into a series. Jedi Knight Anakin Grange Walker says, World War I Central Powers with the reunification of Rome. Harris Raymond says, are Pakistanis and Bangladeshis Indians? What about that then?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Are Pakistanis and Bangladeshis Indians?
You see, I would say yes, because I don't. Again, I think it's a tragedy that Pakistan and Bangladesh are separated from India based on Islam, considering that Muslim dynasties ruled over India for the majority of the last millennia.
I mean, I'd ask an even bigger question. Is India like a real thing? Is it like because
the modern state of India?
Yeah, well, because my understanding is from most of its history, India was a bit like what we're talking about with Italy, like separate regions, separately governed, separate kings, separate regions. So,
it was. I mean, almost. It was almost unified before the British came over under the Mughals, but ironically, it was the British who united India, really.
Murdoch Hancock says Rome has a similar history to the Australians, to Australia. Its ethnicity was made up of Etruscans, Samnites, and Sabines. What made it Rome was its idea of the citizen.
Fucking Roman Empire, mate, you cunt.
Jedi Knight Hannah Cringe Walker says, unrelated, but McConnell just introduced a bill. McConnell just introduced
emus, mate.
Unrelated.
Sorry.
Unrelated, but Mitch McConnell just introduced a bill. 2K for everyone if a fraud council is established. Either honeypot or suicide. What? Hold on. Mitch McConnell did that. Traitorous Turtle Mitch did that. I don't believe it. I want that substantiated. I don't see it breaking all over my Twitter feed. Tell me about this, McConnell. I may have to do a Rumble update in a minute if that's true.
I hate to say, but some of us have lives to live. So can we please wrap this up?
Ian just said, this has been torturous, hasn't it? Ian Gideon Sivo says, one of the reasons the Romans quickly lost much of Italy after Justinian's conquest is that the Roman landowners had their land reinstated and they forced the peasants to pay all their missed taxes. Nicholas Purincaro says, will Trump succeed the presidency? What do you guys think? I don't think he's going to concede personally, but we're already going late. So, I mean, I'll just very quickly ask Sargon, do you think Trump is ever going to concede?
I don't know. I am in a position where I just don't want to make predictions because who fucking knows?
Well, we're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just watch the roller coaster.
It's very exciting and popcorn worthy.
Best reality TV show ever.
Owen Kapler says, thanks AA for doing this debate. Sorry for all the super chats harassing you about the Eastern Romans. My video analysis will be balanced and based. Thank you very much, Owen Kapler. I mean, when you're making that analysis, please bear in mind that I very arbitrarily picked my position without caring about this topic whatsoever. I don't know if anybody could tell. But hopefully I still raise some good points, just because, but maybe not. Maybe it was just straight transit. The people will decide. Murdoch Hancock says, no, AP will decide, and they already did decide. They called it for me. Hancock Murdoch says, Charlemagne, long live the Republic. God save these American states. Magnus says, Rome was founded by Trojan refugees. Is Roma really Roman?
No.
I mean, so you'd admit that it has a start, right? Just in the same way that I said France has a start. So, Martin Callender says, you should read Conanite's History of the Fourth Crusade. The similarity between Andronicus and Trump is increasing by the day, and that's a real black pill.
Which Andronicus?
It says Caniates? Nicetas Caniates?
Is he talking about Titus Andronicus, the Shakespeare play? I know it from that, but Thug Life Bear says, I will have turtle soup before I trust Mitch McConnell. I mean, if that news is true, it is absolutely shocking. I mean, I literally made a video the other day saying that Mitch McConnell will never be a great man because he's a coward, essentially. But so that would be genuinely shocking if there's a council on fraud set up by him. And Benjamin Rood says, sic transit gloria. So there we go. What does that mean?
Thus goes the glory of the world.
Yeah, he forgot the Monday part.
Yeah, he did.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that. Any shilling to come? And anybody got anything they want to shill? Sargon?
Yeah.
Lotus Eaters?
Yeah, go to loadseaters.com if you want good content. Interesting articles and lots of book reviews and various other things that we work very hard on.
Yes, it's going very well from what you tell me. The Lotus
Yeah, it seems to be
Eaters.
going great. We were the 6th most downloaded podcast in Britain in the news category on Apple the other day.
Just cannot wait until you beat Woman's Hour.
I know. Like, this is
Yeah, I
got to
saw
beat
that.
Woman's Hour.
Yeah, I think
But yeah, we're
everybody's
doing very well.
Do you think that when you leapfrog Woman's Hour, that you'll start seeing like hit pieces and stuff, or are you ready for that moment?
I mean, it wouldn't be anything new, would it? You know.
Maybe to really rub it in, you could have a woman on. Do a woman's hour.
You should do. You should no, genuinely. You should do a Woman's Hour with like Helen Dale. Just get together like a base women's panel.
Yeah.
There are no based women here.
Based.
No, Helen Dale's pretty based.
I met Helen Dale. She is.
She's great, isn't she?
Quite like. How can I say this? I don't mean this very. She's a imposing character.
Yes.
And in fact, somebody who really loves Rome and Roman culture.
I was going to say, did she get into a very long discussion with Britisher about the Romans?
Oh, she loves. She loves.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
I mean,
well, she's written a series of novels that's set in Rome. If Rome never became Christianized, I think it was, and therefore never went through its industrial, it never. In fact, no. If it went through an industrial revolution, but with Roman morals.
I mean, all I'll say is, without saying anything more, I would say that she, in particular, has hidden and deep levels of baseness that will surprise people, especially that Roman stuff. Because I mean, she's basically just like, yeah, society would be more eugenic, basically, if you lived by Roman principles, which is true. It's true, right?
It'd be cool.
Yes. Charlemagne, you got anything to shill, mate?
Sure, I'll do my shilling. So, 1, I started a Substack blog, charlemagne.substack.com. 2, I'm working on the script for my Burrito Burnham Circulation of Elites video that I sort of talked about on Millennial. I kind of, just idea dumped there. And I think I want to see us transition more into formal organizations and power structures, kind of like what Lotus Eaters is doing, right? That is the right direction to create formal structures. So I'm trying to come up with a plan to do something like that myself over the next 3 years, and I'm really going to start digging into some of the deeper influences behind neo-reaction like Burnham, and get us out of the right spends way too much time in this like metaphysical space. There's a lot of unfortunate German worship, I think, going on as well, which is completely useless. And I really want to see us move towards practical and formal solutions to things.
What I'll say is, Charlemagne, when Foundations of Politics is done, I've had to delay that because I'm trying to get this trivium complete, Foundations of Logic next, and then Rhetoric next. And as anybody who's seen me debate knows, I need to learn more about rhetoric because that's the one part of my arsenal I'm not good at. But once I've done that, the politics course will, as I'm sure you're aware, focus pretty strongly on that tradition of Burnham and Pareto and Mosca and several other thinkers in that line, because I do think that they are the closest thing that you get to almost like how like Austrian economics is built on logic first and foremost, and is I think they build their arguments in a really similar way, almost so you've got like a kind of, I want to say almost like a science of politics without any value. It's a value-free analysis. That's what I was looking for. A vert-free way of looking at politics.
Yeah, exactly.
And with politics, it needs to be that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of fun, but we really need to start taking things more seriously. Like, the fun and games are coming to an end. One of the things I'm thinking about doing, I named the Substack Neo Reactor, I'm thinking about actually trying to create a like physical magazine over the next 3 years or so, kind of with an eye for what Saffron is doing with her ideas in that domain. So we'll see what happens, but you know, I intend to continue to take things more seriously, and everyone needs to be doing that. We're way past the just, you know, chatting on YouTube phase of things.
Absolutely, you're right there, and I will support any efforts to get. I've long thought something like a journal or a magazine or something needs to get up and running. I've talked about doing it myself, but I think realistically I'm not going to do that. So it'd be great to get someone else to do it, essentially. But I would help promote it, as I'm sure everybody else would as well. And the only thing I'll mention very quickly is that there is the sale on at the moment. So if anybody's buying any courses, you can save yourself 25% of the current cost using the code. What was it again? 12 days. What? It finishes on January the 6th. It's for the 12 days of Christmas. It's January, traditional January sale. So yeah, you can use that now. Keith, you got anything you want to share? I don't know if you...
I don't have anything going on. I just have a Twitter account if any strange person out there wants to follow me. But no, just thank you for having me on. It's been really fun.
And Dee, I know you want to go to bed or do anything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to show is bedtime, see. But no, it was very interesting, certainly listening to everything, and you know, again, I don't, this is my sort of area of interest, but I think there was some good points brought up all around.
Yeah, and I'll just say very quickly, if you didn't catch it, Dee and I did a stream looking at footage of old London.
And Panama Hat.
Yeah, Panama Hat, Dee and me, we looked at old London, and we also looked at like London in the 70s and the 80s. I find that a fascinating experience to do that. So if you missed it, just go back a few days and try to catch that, because I think people got something out of it.
Thanks, Vic.
And
Keep it in mind.
more super chats have come in. Damn it! I thought we were gonna get out of here. Okay, so very quickly.
Let's start this thing.
Architect of Fate says France doesn't have a start, just like Marxism. France is a cancerous blight trying to destroy all the good that humanity created. Jedi Knight Anakin Grinchwalker says Constantinople was merely the Romans retaking their Trojan homeland. True Rome is in the east. Martin Calendar says, oh, we did that one, didn't we? And finally, Sensium Comenium says, that's great news, Carl, about the Lotus Eaters. Now you can maybe pick the splinters out of your arse and get off the fence once and for all. Laugh, 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 laugh.
What am I on the fence about? I'm pretty forthright in my positions.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. People saying that AA lost, probably correct. Yeah, get out. Just get out. Forget this ever happened. Good. Bye.
Let's start this thing.
Carl Rogers, to some degree, if you're in a situation that's characterized by psychopathology, if there's something wrong with you mentally, that's a consequence of something gone wrong. But that's not the existentialist take. The existentialist take is, no, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You don't have to necessarily have done anything wrong for things to get completely out of control. It's a terrifying doctrine, but it's not a hopeless doctrine, because it still says that there's a way forward, there's a pathway forward, and the pathway forward is to adopt
a push for short, and the second mode is what I call the grind. The push usually occurs in light of a deadline or a set of deadlines. There's the natural tendency to dump a lot of effort and a lot of time on a project all at once to make sure it gets done. Stress is certainly a part of it, hard work is certainly a part of it, but it's busy, frenetic, and reaching constantly towards some kind of goal. A lot of effort is being expended, and you might have to go through revision after revision, draft after draft, but you know what you're producing and building towards. There's a natural rising motion to